Be sure to hit the subscribe button to stay up to date on all our latest video content. If you're watching on LocalGov TV, be sure to visit their website to see all of the content made for you by your local governments. Alamance County is pleased to present the Alamance County Commissioners Meeting.
Gotta call us to order. Believe it or not, I have the privilege of the prayer and the pledge of allegiance today. That's an honor. We bow our heads, please. Our Heavenly Father, we pray that you direct us, guide us, and give us wisdom throughout this meeting and the business of the county. We ask all of these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, they told me that I would get better and better daily from the rib breakage, and I am. You see, I'm getting up and down much easier today than last Friday. Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion as to the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Motion second, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Public comments. Gary Jackson. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. My name is Gary Jackson, and I am a citizen of the county in Elon. Several years ago, I was approached by one of the commissioners here about serving on the Alamance County Veteran Services Committee. Applied for that and was accepted. And that's been an education in itself over the past 3 years. And I'm very grateful for being recommended, Commissioner Carter. I really appreciate that. And being appointed to this kind of committee, in any kind of thing anyone serves on, you want to take pride in the people that you work with. And I tell the director, Tammy, she's my boss. But being with that, when things are said that aren't true about this committee or the office itself, I take offense to that, not in a bad way, but to come to here to try to explain in depth what this office does for the county. I did pulled up a, what do you call it, something like a pie chart. There's over $100 million that's brought into this county by any array of veterans. It could be retirement pay, drill pay for reservists. It could be disability pay. So with that, we have a robust veterans committee, a veterans population here in the county. Now, I don't have to tell y'all the ones that wrote the job description, or maybe the county manager did or something, but they're not a taxi. And they're not a concierge, in other words, getting people motel rooms if they need them or not. But they do this out of the respect and desire to serve veterans. There was a comment made by someone that over 60% of the people that are seen are from out of county. That's not true. It's 98 people out of about 5,400. And we should take pride in that 98 people that come, because the reason they come to this county is the reputation that Director Crawford and her 3 officers have. They get better service here. And you gotta understand too, and y'all do, y'all probably have communication with the other directors, but, I mean, county commissioners, Caswell doesn't even have a veteran service office. And one last thing before my 8 seconds are up, there's people that come in there that try to tell them what to do as far as running their office. They have no authority to do that. And I went there, and some guy was coming out and said, "Who's that?" I think his name was Jackie Chan or something like that. He was telling them what to do, and they don't need that. They don't need people from outside other organizations coming in and tell them what to do. But, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to come up here, sir. Glad to see you're doing better, and all y'all have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Gary.
Yes, sir.
Peter Morton.
Just in case I don't get it done in 3 minutes, I brought a written version. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak in spite of my funny accent. My name is Peter Morecambe. 30 years ago, I used to live in Carborough, but in 2018, I moved here largely because the taxes are lower. And that's obviously, when setting up the River Mill Charter School in Saxbahor in 1998, I was highly impressed by the way Alamance County government bent over backwards to fast track the permits and inspections needed to open the school on time. I'm even more impressed today, but it would take more than 3 minutes to explain why. So I'll move on to the real reason I'm here, which is mold. Every large organization is going to have problems from time to time, but sadly, the Alamance Burlington school system has more than its fair share. It is low performing and getting worse. It is losing students in spite of spending staggering amounts of money. The mold issues are just the latest in a long string of surprises. Instead of fixing the mold issues, ABSS board members publicly announced that the problems resulted from insufficient funding, and they did it on WBAG radio. As a taxpayer, I'm greatly distressed by such mendacity. It's just not true. Over the last 6 years, the ABSS received $279 million in capital funding, and the operating funds have gone up and up and up and reached $12,000 per student in the current the financial year that just finished. Now they want you to fork over more money. Please don't. It would be a huge mistake, since rewarding failure and mismanagement guarantees that things will get worse. Here are two suggestions you might consider. The first amounts to contract maintenance. Give the money to a contractor who will take over responsibility of managing the school buildings. That seems that way, if you don't like what's happening, you can find somebody else who will take over the contract. The other solution, and the one I really like, is the New Orleans solution. Following Hurricane Katrina in 2005, there were 100 schools that were too badly damaged to open on time. So the New Orleans School District solicited bids from CMOs, that's charter management organizations, to come in, take over the school, take full responsibility, and run the schools that wouldn't open. And this saved the taxpayers huge amounts of money. But there was the real benefit was something else entirely. The schools started to perform much better. And the test scores and everything else went through the roof. And that's the document that I've attached to my... Okay, I've got 3 seconds. Unfortunately, the mold isn't the last surprise you're going to get. You're going to get another surprise before the end of this month.
Thank you. Do we have extra copies? Was there extra copies? I was gonna hand one to the press.
Here, give him mine, I'm just getting another one.
I think we got this in email, didn't we?
I did. I have sent emails to some, and not to everybody.
Next speaker is Susan Morris. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Susan Morris, a resident of Burlington and a working mom of 3 school-aged children. I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance in our community, the neglect of our schools and the choices made by these commissioners, past and present, to underfund our schools. Our educational institutions are the lifeblood of progress, the seedbed of innovation, and the pathway to a brighter future. Yet recent decisions to reduce funding to our schools are jeopardizing these vital resources. When we defund schools, we rob our children of that opportunity and jeopardize their futures. It's a disservice to them and to our society as a whole. And looking at your mission and vision and your strategic plan for 2023, what is currently happening is not in line with any of that. So I implore you to consider our schools, our community, and our future when working through your strategic plan, and always have your mission in place and our children the key at the start of that. Investing in education is an investment in our future workforce, leaders, and problem solvers. It's an investment in a society that values knowledge, critical thinking, and progress. But when we cut school budgets, we undermine the very principles we claim to uphold and the mission and vision set forth by this board or this commission. Without safe schools, quality teachers, student resources, and supplies, we are hurting our community. The consequences of cutting education funding ripple through our community. When schools suffer, property values can decline, businesses have a hard time hiring and retaining employees in an underfunded education system, and that all affects our local economies. I implore local business leaders to hold these commissioners accountable. Blood is on your hands. These children are not in school because of the decisions made by you. Arguing over teacher raises is not productive and is not the reason we are in this bind today. Teachers deserve every cent they make, if not more. And teachers are probably the only profession where they are expected to fund their own resources. They buy books, pencils, sanitizing wipes, Kleenexes. These are basic needs of a classroom, and they're not provided for them. Teachers deserve every cent they are paid and more, so much more. And education is an expense, but not an expense, but an investment in the betterment of our community and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Let's do a better job for this community and all these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask not only the speakers, but people in the general audience and those listening on Zoom or whatever, at the end of the meeting, county commissioners can and often do respond to your comments. But because of our procedure, we're unable to do that at this point. The next signature I cannot read. Excuse me. Oh, Barry, I can't read your handwriting.
Keep coming down here, I don't know why, but seems like y'all got so many problems, you can't seem to get them worked out. In the joint meeting, Amy Gailey used the Union County as an example of a good system. And one thing that she left out was that in their budget, Union County budgets, 45% of their budget goes to education, 47% of their budget goes to education. 16% goes to public safety. Okay? 16%. In our county, it's almost equal for public safety. Now, I don't have anything against the sheriff, don't have anything against the sheriff's department, but we can't service the state of North Carolina out of a little county in Alamance County. We got 34% of the people in this county on food stamps. $35 million of food stamps were given out in this county. We can't afford training centers, diversion centers. We've had a group of people watching this diversion center. There's never more than 2 or 3 cars at the most there, ever. I mean, this weekend, if you had a crisis, you had a real problem. because there's only one car there the whole holiday weekend. So, we can't, the training center, I don't have a problem with the training center, but we can't train people for the whole state of North Carolina. Plus, these people that are coming in here to take training, they've already been sponsored by another law enforcement agency. They've already been hired by another law enforcement agency. So they're coming here, the law enforcement agency is going to work for is paying their tuition and paying them to come to take the classes. We can't provide training for the state of North Carolina. We just can't do it. And this is millions and millions of dollars that you guys keep spending on things, the veterans thing. I'm a veteran. We don't need 5 people, or we may need 5 people, but we can't service all of North Carolina for veterans. Union County has 270,000 people. They got 4 people, okay? And when somebody comes from another county, they send them back to that county. And they tell them, hey, you need to go back to the county and let them provide your veteran service. And I'm a veteran. That doesn't bother me a bit. But out of their 4 people, guess what? 4 of them are veterans that work there, and the other one is the spouse of a veteran. We have got to quit trying to be the starlight in the sky in a little county that's not very prosperous at all. And we just keep on trying to do this with a little bit of money, and it's going to eventually come back to haunt you. I mean, their fund balance is 9%. Ours is 20-some%. And the only reason it's 20-some% is because you stuffed it with COVID money. I don't know what the real fund balance is. Nobody won't come out and say, but you said the last 2 big deposits were made by COVID money. So, what happens? We got a $20 million problem right here, right now. You can't just give them the money for the mold. You got to have the money to do the work to fix the mold. So, okay. But anyway, that's just a lot to think about right there. We got to start thinking about Alamance County and get out of doing all these things for the state of North Carolina.
Thank you, Mary. Jessica Norman. Good morning.
Morning. Hello, my name is Jessica Norman. I am a Burlington resident. Before I get started, I want to say that I will have to leave the meeting early to pick up my youngest child from preschool. So unfortunately, I will most likely miss the commissioner's response comments, but I will be rewatching the meeting on YouTube if it's available, or ask friends who are also here to give me the answers to my question if it's made available today. In the joint meeting on Monday, August 28th, school board member Chuck Marsh brought up Alamance County's budget investing percentage in education. I'm quoting these numbers that he gave from the meeting. Alamance County invests 16.9%, Orange County 36.8%, Chatham County 34.3%, Guilford County 45.6%, Durham County 26.6%, Wake County 49.3%. County Commissioner Lashley then said he would need to ask the finance lady what the exact number is, but that he was confident the percentage is more around the 33% mark. The topic never came up again during any of the meetings, so I'm requesting the actual apples to apples comparison for percentage of the budget to see how Alamance County stacks up in our prioritizing and investing in our children. I anticipate this number will give insight as to how we find ourselves here in this moment. Next, I would like to thank Commissioner Thompson for always staying on topic and representing the children and parents of this county throughout the many hours of meetings last week. I really, truly appreciate it, and I know a lot of other parents do also. Next, while in the middle of this emergency, where parents are panicking over finding childcare and then paying for it unexpectedly, children are going to bed hungry. Children are missing out on learning instruction and other services that is their right to receive. Teachers are being forced to use their precious PTO this week. Commissioner Lashley took time out of the meeting on Friday to congratulate himself and Commissioner Turner for literally doing their job and funding 7 of the top 10 priorities of the school board at a time. A leader, a good leader, never congratulates themselves on doing the bare minimum. What I hope all the leaders of Alamance County will do once we get through this crisis is ask yourselves what you can do differently moving forward to ensure the citizens you represent never have to deal with anything like this again. Going back to my original question about the percentage of the budget that is invested in education, committing to raising that number would be an obvious first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, as Ms. Norman just pointed out, these are taped, they're broadcast live, and you can go back and retrieve them and see them again later at any time. Thank you. Henry Vines.
What did you tangle with this morning, Henry?
Oh, I've been standing on a truck. I have to work for a living, so anyway. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Henry Vines, and I'm here today to talk about several issues that's on my mind. First of all, I want to talk about the Meridian deal. Due to all the light that was brought up forward in the last meeting, it's quite evident that the traffic study is not really accurate, because they can bring up as many trucks as they want to in a day's time, from 5 to up to 50 or 150, because the maximum of 600 tons a day is not the day, it's the year. So they can bring in 750,000 tons, it don't make no difference. That community is going to be devastated with the amount of trucks that's going to start coming in to that community. Secondly, y'all have approved the first reading of a new franchise. I don't understand how you can approve a new franchise when the sale just occurred the same day. But on top of that, if this is a new franchise, why are they not having to apply and comply with the HIDO rules? As Mr. Pike got up here, and he's having to apply and comply with all the rules and regulations that are there. A lot of these rules and regulations that the current landfill does not have. I know septic tanks and toilets and handicap parking and the whole perimeter of the area fenced in, plus trees planted all the way around it. If we're going to allow this to happen, then they ought to have to comply with our current HIDO. And in that HIDO too, there's also restrictions of amount of times that you can run trucks into to these types of facilities. So I wish that when y'all look at this, that you would consider these things before you approve the second reading. Secondly, I would like to talk about the mold issues and stuff that's currently going on. Folks, we're gonna have to fund this thing somehow or another. And quite frankly, that quarter-cent sales tax is looking mighty nice. Each one of you can come together and y'all send a resolution to our delegation and get this quarter-cent sales tax put on, so that this could help fund this need that we're gonna have. That's about $7 to $8 million a year. Not only the taxpayers here in the county gonna pay, the people that come in and use our malls and everything else can pay. And I think this is time that we need to do this. Also, to people to say that these county commissioners don't fund the schools is completely wrong. We, the taxpayers, fund the schools. We approved a $150 million bond, an 8-cent tax increase on property taxes. So it's wrong, commissioners, I'm sorry, my time's run out, but it's wrong to sit and say that we don't support the school systems. We do, as county taxpayers. Thank you very much.
I won't guarantee, but I almost guarantee there will be comments to county commissioners as to several of these topics. Hang on to your seat. Okay, we have the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Motion and second, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
John, can I just ask a question? It's about the consent
based on the Morty Hamlin. And I would make a request as well. The numbers that we presented, all the, 11, whatever it is, vehicles, did not give us mileage. Mr. Sheriff, I would ask that you include mileage in your presentation in the future. Thank you.
You will find that this, all of them are over the mileage that Heidi presented.
I had kind of suspicion. Okay, we're going to item number 6A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Lindsay Ray. I'm the clerk for Chatham County, but I'm also the president of the North Carolina Association of County Clerks.
And
Good morning.
could we ask Tori to come join me?
Come on, Tori. We want to stare at you. So when I was sworn in back in the spring, I announced I had a presidential initiative to go to all 100 counties to meet every clerk, hopefully their managers and their chair, to be an ambassador of our association, but also to help to continue to elevate our profession. You have the best of the best in Tori. I appreciate you supporting her participating in our association. I appreciate you supporting her in the International Institute of Municipal Clerks Association. As you know, Tori is the Region 3 Director for IIMC, the first county clerk to ever hold that office. So we are incredibly proud of her, and she is continuing to elevate our profession every day. I want to say to the residents here, as a clerk, there's nothing I love more than to see a full chamber. Sometimes people say, oh no, that means it's gonna be a long meeting, but to me, it shows you have very engaged residents. So for me, that's something that's exciting to see. I also wanna say that we are not secretaries, we are professionals. And we do so many things that you never see, but we do them because we love the work and we have hearts for service. And so I just really appreciate your support. The dues that you pay for Tori go for scholarships for a lot of those clerks that don't have the financial ability to attend our conferences and educational trainings. So thank you for helping to support those folks. And I also have a little gift for each of you.
Thank you.
You never have enough sanitizer. So we actually had a rebranding of our logo last year. It was a long process, but we're really happy with the outcome. There was a lot of discussion about that quill on the book because we don't write minutes anymore, we type them. We don't do a whole lot of handwriting of anything, but we decided that it was important to still stay in line with other clerks associations, and the International Institute does have a quill. But we are the record keepers of the present, past, and future. So we are essential. The General Statute 153A says you shall appoint a clerk. It does not say you may, you shall. So we just really enjoy our work. We're thankful to have support of our county commissioners and county staff. So thank you for letting me come today.
Thank you.
Ms. Ray and Tori, we always thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for coming from Chatham County.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This sounds like a record sound.
I know, it does. The record needs to be reset.
We're working on it.
Okay, next is the Meridian. And Mr. Bryan, do you want to come forward? And Mr. Stevens.
Good morning.
Present this item.
Yes, good morning, Board. So we're here today for a second vote on the franchise ordinance that was proposed last time. There's been no changes to the ordinance, no changes to the proposed agreement, but per the statute, we have to have two separate votes to enact a franchise, and that's what we're here to do today. So I'll let Ms. O'Brien present any materials she might have, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
As mentioned by Mr. Stevens, nothing has changed from 2 weeks ago, the ordinance that you passed at that time. We respectfully ask for your support of the second reading, and I am available along with our Vice President of Operations, Charlie Gray, as well as Michael Stubbs, our professional engineer, if you have any additional questions.
Mr. Turner, do you have questions?
I have two lines of inquiry from Mr. Stevens. The first is, what can Mr. Coble / Meridian do by way of right under the existing franchise agreement in terms of the tons per day? Is that at 600?
That's at 600 per day, correct?
And that's what's in the new franchise request?
Yes.
As I understand it, the current franchise agreement has a 25-mile limitation for where trash can a radius around the landfill of 25 miles where trash can come into.
That's
landfill.
correct, from any party.
And we're talking about C&D landfill?
That's correct.
What is that?
That is construction and demolition debris, so it's things like wood, shingles, brick, concrete block, anything that comes from destroying a building.
Okay, so we're not talking about trash from people's homes and food and that kind of stuff?
Correct.
So there's 25 miles, but then can you talk to me about this exception that exists in the current franchise and what that is for the 25 additional customers that they can use or that they
Yes.
can allow into the landfill?
Yeah, so there exists a list of customers that are exempted from the 25-mile restriction in the current franchise. And the people that are on that list are subject to change at the whim of the operator. They don't have to be approved by the county, but there's a list of people that can fall anywhere outside that 25 miles, presumably anywhere they could truck things in from without limitation.
Including out of state?
Correct.
All right. The current franchise creates some limitation in terms of where the C&D trash can come from, 26 counties, is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Does it have any grandfather clause in it?
It does not.
And was the...
Mr. Turner,
Yeah.
let me, just for clarification, we understand, but I would request that you use the term the existing Coble contract or the new Meridian contract to distinguish between the two.
I can do that. I chose not to do that because, by way of right, Mr. Coble could allow Meridian to operate the Coble franchise as an operator. Could he not?
I believe that's correct. So let me say that the existing franchise that exists between the county and Coble's is silent as to the ability to transfer the franchise, but there is a portion of that speaks to transfer of ownership to a quote new operator. So it seems illogical to think that there wasn't the intent to allow a transfer of the franchise as well, and that franchise's terms include the 25-mile limitation and the grandfathered list, if you want to call it that.
And the second thing is, Mr. Vines talked about the HIDO application. Because if we were to approve a new franchise, does that sort of reset the conditions so that the new HIDO would cover operations at that property?
Well, rather than paraphrase, I will just go ahead and read from the existing HIDO, Article 5, Section 5. An intent to construct for nonconformance permit issued for any use of land regulated by this ordinance runs with the land and may be transferred with the property provided that all operational permits are maintained as required.
What does it mean, runs with the land?
So to me, it runs with the land, and if the land is sold, the new operator gains the ability to keep the existing HIDO permit rather than apply for a new one.
Did the HIDO exist when Mr. Coble began operating at the landfill?
It did not.
Okay. Is there anything we can do about that now?
I don't believe there's anything we can do about that. Well, we do exist these pre-existing uses in the HIDO, but under the regulations that are here, the permit changes with the land ownership. So we do address it, but we don't require them to go through the process because of the way this is drafted.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anything else? Mr. Carter?
Okay, did I understand what you just said and mean that if we approve the new franchise, then under the new franchise, they will have to comply with the HIDO?
They will have to comply with HIDO, but they get to take on the permit that presently exists in favor of Coble rather than having to apply for a new permit.
So what does that mean?
It means that any of the regulations in HIDO that apply to quote non-conforming means any anything that applies to a non-conforming use would apply to Meridian as the new operator with the HIDO permit that gets transferred.
Wanted to make sure everybody understood that.
Yeah. Anything else?
Restrictions on trucks in the HIDO?
I'll have to take a minute to research that. What's your question, sir?
What are the restrictions on trucks in the HIDO?
Okay. I'll do that research. Are there any other questions?
That's it.
Okay.
Ms. Thompson? Mr. Lashley?
No, sir, thank you.
My question to Mr. Stevens would be, since the Coble contract predates our current HIDO, then they Meridian, under the new or the old Coble contract, would basically predate our current HIDO. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Additionally, as I recall from the Coble contract and the new Meridian contract, I don't think there is any restriction under those two contracts or the HIDO as to number of trucks.
So I will say, in the contract that we are going to be approving as part of the new ordinance, there is a requirement for a state mandated traffic study, and that they follow the recommendations that are given as a part of that. In HIDO, it talks about traffic impact analysis, and in that it says that a traffic study has to be done, and the regulated industry shall add projected daily vehicle trips to the most recent traffic counts. And there has to be efforts at mitigating the impact of proposed traffic. I'm not sure that those would necessarily apply under HIDO to grandfathered or pre-existing use, but at the same time, I don't see a limitation on daily vehicle trips other than that which is proposed by the traffic study that's done as a part of HIDO. And again, we have a traffic impact analysis that was performed and was required to be performed as a part of our franchise.
So the study has been completed and we have received it.
To my knowledge, yes.
I got a copy.
Okay. Well, I say that because I believe that to be the final version, but I can't speak to that.
There was dramatically shortfalls in an original Coble contract, such as bondage and coverage of protection for the county. Is that correct?
In my opinion, yes. That there were some things that I would make sure were in a contract were not in the contract. I gave one example a minute ago, so I think that it should be clear that if there's an assumption of right to assume,
The contract corrects those failures of the initial original Coble contract.
in my opinion, yes.
Thank you. Any other board member have anything? We have the motion before us. Do we need a formal motion and second again?
I believe so.
All right, then I make the motion.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other comments?
I'll just say this, Mr. Chairman, that the reason I voted for it last time and the reason I'll vote for it this time is that the 25 customer grandfather clause in the existing Coble agreement allows, by way of right, the current operator and a new operator to bring in C&D landfill trash from anywhere. Virginia, South Carolina, any county in the state. It is an exception that is big enough to swallow the rule of the 25 miles. And it's something that we inherited. It's something that's been in existence for a number of years. So for that reason, I think the new franchise is a better option in that it provides more restriction than we currently have, and it also maintains the same number of tons per day that the existing franchise would allow, and it also provides insurance covered by the company operating in much greater numbers than we currently have insurance for, that if something were to go wrong, we can fall back on the insurance and not on the county, which what we'd have to do under the current franchise. For those reasons, I don't like having to do it, but I think it's a better option than we have now. I intend to vote for it.
And I agree with what Commissioner Turner just said.
May I reply?
Yeah.
Mr. Turner, I completely agree that what we talked about this existing agreement is stronger than what Coble currently has. I think inadvertently, in the last meeting, we actually showed, I was actually arguing something about what the money that the county was gonna take. And during that discussion, I think everybody realized that Meridian's gonna bring in more than 600 tons a day in a 5.5 day span. And the reason I say that, if you take the 7 days that they're only gonna be open 5.5 days, so it's a day and a half that they're not gonna be closed. That percentage, that tonnage will be made up through the 5.5 days before. So my contention is that there will be more than 600 tons a day coming into the landfill. I don't think anyone can argue that now. That we know that 600 tons a day based on 365 days of the year. But if you take a 1/3 of your week and it's taken care of for the other 5.5 days, all my contention is that there is going to be more trucks than we think. And I also think that we're going to have more tonnage come in on a per day basis, Monday through Saturday at lunchtime. I think you're just going to have more tonnage coming in, which I think is a little bit discouraging, because my interpretation of it was 600 tons a day. Like most folks I've talked to in the community, they looked at it 600 tons a day. And that's how I got to 187,000, is because I was using 600 tons a day for 5.5 days. And I think inadvertently we realized that there's gonna be more trucks than we actually told folks. But that's my only contention. But thank you.
Thank you.
John?
My understanding is that the existing Coble contract allows 600 tons. And I think, and Ms. Stevens, correct me if I'm incorrect, if they could do the same thing that Mr. Lashley's talking about. I don't see any, I see gains with the new contract and losses if we maintain the existing contract. I'm sorry, Ms.
No,
Thompson.
that's okay. Contracts, all this stuff is really good, and I appreciate that. It seems like a better deal, but the issue to me is still the over traffic in the neighborhood. I'm trying to get a traffic light out near Southeast High School before there's an accident. So, we're just, like I said in the last meeting, we're lucky to be working with such good people, but, I'm just on the side of the neighbors, that's all.
Any other comments? Motion and a second has already been made. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
So it's 3-2, it passes. Thank you. We'd indicate that, there are a number of people from out of county as to this matter that are present as well. That's somewhat in apologizing to the school system who wanted to be moved up, and we were unable to do that because of the lateness of the request. Okay. Next item. Resolution as to the ACC board. Ms. Evans?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I bring before you this morning a reimbursement resolution, and I'd like to go ahead and introduce it. Resolution of the Board of Commissioners for the County of Alamance, North Carolina, declaring its intention to reimburse said county from the proceeds of one or more tax-exempt financings for certain capital expenditures. This is the first logistical resolution that will be brought before this board. What it's basically doing is setting a reimbursement resolution for the county for when we issue the bonds in October for the Public Safety Training Center, as well as the remainder of the main POWG project for ACC. What this resolution does is it sets the not to exceed 18.9 million. That is preliminary. This board still has the opportunity to set the amount of bonds that we will issue, and we'll be bringing that to you at our next meeting.
And this is part of the 2018 bond that was passed by the citizens of Alamance County.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So it doesn't take anything away from anybody else,
No, sir.
or no other department or school system or anybody else.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Quickly, I don't understand why, where the reimbursement is coming from. I mean, the money doesn't exist yet. If the bonds are issued, then the bonds get sent to ACC and their building fund for the projects. Who's getting reimbursed?
So where this is coming from is if there are any preliminary costs that ACC will have to go ahead and initiate before those bonds are sold. When the bonds are sold, those proceeds come and reside with the county. What we are saying is that the county would upfront those funds, and then we would reimburse ourselves first. And then as ACC spends those proceeds, they would submit it to the county for reimbursement.
Would the county have an opportunity to decide what funds to front and what amount to front before those decisions are made, or no?
Oh, you would. Basically, what we've done in the past is we've used capital reserves. And then once the proceeds are in hand, then I do a transfer right back to the capital reserves for the amount that we've spent.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, Susan. Is this, I know, when Dr. Gaylor was here, he had let us come in here and talked about, just the rising cost of everything and how much this was different, and they were like about a shortfall of $5 or $6 million? What has happened with that? Because I know the amount that's been set for this, is that any different? They were going on a massive fundraising campaign. I mean, we were talking about doorknobs, how he was getting lower kind of doorknobs. What's the deal we're at?
So if you'll remember, Dr. King came at the last meeting and made a presentation, and I believe
Right.
he is here with us today. Made a presentation on where they stand, and he wants to come back at the next meeting and discuss that in detail of where we stand with our funding and exactly how much they would be asking for in bonds.
And he's with us here this morning.
And Dr. King, if you want to come forward, you are certainly welcome to do so.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. You're exactly right. I'll admit I was sitting back there with your remarks and chuckling a little bit because I just lived this in another community in terms of the inflation rate that has just hampered all of us, regardless of whether we're private or public. And the longer the delay, the more difficult it becomes. And I read an article not long ago from a trusted group of people saying we may not have seen anything yet. And so I think the longer we delay on accomplishing these things, the more difficult it's going to become. And quite frankly, we will have a guaranteed price, you know, at our next meeting, as you had suggested. But every additional day that we delay, more happens. It gets more expensive. And it's not just expense. Sometimes you just can't get the product. One of the projects that I alluded to earlier, they are still waiting for a major electrical switch, and it's been over a year. So that is unfortunately the supply chain that we're dealing with today. And so any delay in doing the things that we need to do just hampers us that much longer in terms of serving the needs for safety and security of this community and others in the region as well. So it's just a very, very important thing to do, and I'd be glad to respond to any questions you might have.
I know in the school system, when we were adding a building, we had to have a $2.5 million extra for steel.
Yes,
When
ma'am.
it comes to stuff like that. I remember all the boats out there in the Pacific Ocean waiting to, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
Leadership is everything.
It
And,
is.
and it comes down to the last person on the list, and you're sitting around waiting. It's amazing.
Well, and I think it not only comes down to the last person on the list, I think this is very accurate. At the same time, sometimes the respect of the organizations that are doing this kind of work is hampered. If you can't pay on time and pay the amounts and so forth and so on that we need, you truly have before you a real opportunity to make a huge difference, not only in Alamance County, but throughout the area. which, if there's a major event that happens or whatever it might be, you're gonna have people from different counties coming in to provide assistance and so forth. And that's the way we are as Americans. That's the way we've always done things, and I would presume we'll continue to do that. So I think the value and the benefit of what you're considering here, per your comment earlier, and getting on with the movement and trying to save as much, because there's no doubt that next year we're gonna be talking about a lot more than what we're talking about right now.
Well, we watched baby formula. I never thought I'd see America, something that we don't even think about, but when you don't have it, it's life-threatening, literally.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's another leadership thing. It kind of just flattened all of us, and I hope we've all learned from that.
I would agree with you 100%. You've given me a good thing as I'm out speaking. Dr. Gatewood was talking about doorknobs. I'm going to borrow that if you don't mind. But those things, I mean, they sound as if they're inconsequential, but the truth is they're very consequential as time goes by in terms of doing the things that our citizens want to be proud of, that we want to be proud of, and at the same time to provide the services to which we're committed. Mr. Chair, I'd be glad to respond to any questions you might have.
Mr. Lashley, I'll call on you second since Ms. Thompson
Thank you,
takes the
Chairman.
chair first.
I appreciate it, and thank you for coming this morning.
Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna let you know the things that I've been hearing in this community. This bond was passed in 2018. It is quite evident to everyone who pays attention that ACC didn't have their ducks in a row, that you folks weren't ready to go when this money came down. As a matter of fact, the bond was passed in fall of 18. The bond market we didn't go to the bond market until April of 2021. Even then, we couldn't go to the bond market. Sir, I'm just gonna tell you this, my friends in the bond market told us that by the grace of God, when we entered the bond market, we entered it at the most perfect time. The low of the bond market, the 20-year municipal bond market, was made in May of 2021. So all I'm actually saying is if ACC would have been ready to go with the projects that they told the community they were ready to go, do you realize, sir, how much money you would have saved the taxpayers? Now, just to let you know, the bonds that we got in 2021, 1.43%. And everything that we had gotten, they thought it was going to be around 4%. I know some commissioners at times said it could be as high as 4.5%. So in essence, we basically got this bond at 1/3 of what we thought it was going to cost. Now fast forward 2.5 years. The bond market right now for the things that you're going to go get is over 5%. See the difference? And the reason I'm even bringing this up is because people have brought it up to me. The question is, why wasn't ACC ready to go when the bond was passed? Why wasn't ACC ready to go with the project they told the community they were going to be ready for? Those are valid and logical questions when you look at what we're about to do. And the only saving grace here is it's only $19 million. It's not $100 million, because that payment would be astronomical. So I just wanted to let you know that the community's asking this question. And as we've seen, supply chains and inflation start to ramp up, it's going to affect anything that you are going to do with ACC, just based solely on what kind of work you're going to do. You're building buildings, and everything in the building space has increased. So I just wanted to let you know that the community is asking that question, why the delay, and I think that's a valid question.
Thank you. Commissioner Lashley, I will tell you that when I discovered what you just described, I was concerned as well. I still am. I have a penchant for action when we have a clearly defined goal and clearly defined opportunity. And so that's why I've been pushing so hard since I've been here to try to get this thing accomplished to the degree that you're talking about, and in many respects for many of the purposes that you just described. I think the longer we delay, the more difficult it's going to be, and I don't know what the bond market is going to do next year or the following year or the following year. I do know one thing, though, the longer we delay to make a good decision, the more difficult it is going to be to explain to the citizenry of our county and our state, but especially the county. I mean, that's the one who's doing all this. The truth of the matter is, the longer we delay, the more difficult that explanation is going to be. I will simply tell you there are sometimes things that are outside our control. I do know that in the Department of Administration, our friends over in the State Office of Construction have been working nonstop. Shorthanded retirements taking place that have impacted everything in the state, to my knowledge. And certainly I think it had an impact on what we could do as well and the speed with which we could do it. If I were to look back and if I were able to modify what you described in terms of our ability, it would have been much, much quicker. It would have been more anticipating more of getting things done today, as opposed to having to play the games that we had to play. But that's where we are today. My encouragement to you and the citizens of Alamance County, I think those are fair questions, but at the same time, I think the question is, what is the price of our security? What is the price of our safety? What's the price of the assurance that our citizenry is not only protected by, but given the environment in which they can do business and raise their families and do the work that we want done collectively for the good citizens of Alamance County. Sir, that's the only way I know how to respond to your question. I know it wouldn't suffice to say I wasn't here, but by the same token, I do applaud the people of Alamance County for holding everybody accountable, and that includes us to be accountable. I will assure you of this, however. You go ahead and provide these resources to get the work done. We will be expeditious in our process. There will be no more delays, and we will work with those that we work with on an aggressive basis, not assertive, but aggressive, to get this done in the way that it should be done and in the time frame that we commit to. Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Turner.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Carter.
No comments. I've been
We'd like to
totally
point out
entrenched in this process.
that by waiting to 2021, we saved the county taxpayers thousands and thousands of dollars, as Mr. Lashley pointed out. We're gonna unfortunately make up for it when we go for these next almost $19 million.
Yes, sir.
But ACC really helped us out by picking that, and I'm sure you intentionally picked that May 2021 date as a wink and say it.
I know Dr. Gatewood probably did. I mean, you know, he's a master tactician, but you know, and I applaud everybody that's been involved in that, to include these commissioners. You know, all of you are engaged in this process, and it's so important. I know one thing. I know the sheriff, the police departments, and others in our municipalities are ready to move forward. We are absolutely ready to move forward, and we are eliminating delays internally to get us to the point that we all want to be.
Mr. Chairman, I overlooked a couple of my notes, and I do have a couple of comments to make. Dr. King, there was a comment made earlier concerning the Public Safety Training Center and not needing it to train our local law enforcement. And there was also a comment made about the cost versus benefit to the county. We've looked at this issue in the past, and we've been dealing with this going as it's come forward, looking at the economic benefit to the training center, one, and the growth in our law enforcement training, number two. Could you address those issues with what BLET is doing and what we're hearing is an anticipated growth in that class and what benefit it might create for the county?
Yes, sir. I will tell you this. Everybody that I've spoken to include my fellow presidents, are looking with great anticipation at what we are looking at, and to be frank with you, some of them with some worry, because they know the quality we already have in our BLET program. Of the 58 community colleges that we have throughout the state, I think I shared with you that we now have the largest of all of those, and it's not just large. The quality associated with what they're doing over there is significant. I think secondly, the potential to grow our fire rescue folks as well to larger sizes than we have currently, I think is also on the agenda, and a far more effective and efficient method with the facilities that we're talking about. So I think What that really means to me is that we have a lot of people looking favorable at us, and I think many people in the county as well, from what I've been what's been shared with me as I've been here. And quite frankly, it gives you another pool from which to recruit. There are those, in fact, that I would presume that would come from other places that are in fact sponsored. But at the same time, when people have an opportunity to come and experience this community and these communities in Alamance County, you're going to have some of those people decide, I like it here. And that will help the sheriff, that will help the police departments, it will help the fire departments, because you, again, you combine that with the recruitment activities and so forth that you have, and quite frankly, it gives you another source of folk from which to recruit to maintain stability in your own systems. And I think that's a powerful thing, especially with the difficulties that organizations in law enforcement and in fire rescue are facing these days, and especially in the volunteer fire departments. I mean, they are really struggling. And so where you have, a state-of-the-art facility, it covers not only the metropolitan areas, but at the same time it covers the rural areas that are dependent on those volunteer fire departments. And so I think you have the foundation, the infrastructure, and the expertise to do something really special for Alamance County and our citizens. I think when it comes to law enforcement, what happens, and I say Commissioner Thompson comparing an apple to an orange, and my apologies for that, but we ran when I was in Fayetteville and Cumberland County, we ran a statistical review and a study on what kind of potential economic impact that would it have on that particular county. And quite frankly, the numbers that we came back with, and it was done not by our own people, but by a dispassionate third party. It was almost $2 million of revenue coming back to the county, and that's per year, that came back to the county as a result of the activities that we had. And that was counting not only people that were coming in the local region, but other people in the state who would come in and buy gas and spend money on food and hotels and things like that, that they have to do if they're going to take advantage of the required training that is also already there. And then in addition to that, the potential for people coming out of Virginia and South Carolina and so forth, and what that would bring to your communities, I think is just as important as well. So when you do this, you're not just doing it for a local, small, defined number of people. You're really doing it to be far more effective in terms of what you can do, and thus who you can help sell on your community, and therefore gain people. That helps the sheriff fill his ranks, helps the police departments fill their ranks, and certainly the fire departments throughout the city and the county. That'd be the best way I could respond to your question, sir.
Thank you. And back during our budget process, one of the things we heard consistently across the county from just about, best I can recall, every single volunteer fire department is short on staff, short on volunteers. People to be trained, prepared to serve in those roles. We need to be better able to try and provide that service. And the college is outgrowing the existing space. I mean, I'm talking about classroom space right now is at a premium.
I was coming to one of these meetings the other day, Mr. Commissioner, and I rode by the Dillingham Center, and I've been lost a number of times in your county already, so this was one of those times I was probably lost. But I went by the Dillingham Center, and we've got one room there that is a classroom with broken chairs, broken tables, that frankly they scrounged from other places to make that classroom. And when I went by that, I looked on the outside of that building, and all those students, there were about 15 to 20 of them or so forth, they were out there doing something. I think they just come from a run or something, and I was glad I wasn't with them. It was about 100 degrees outside, it appeared. But I thought about it as I went by and saw those young people out there that have an interest in exactly what you're talking about. And we need to ramp up our process as well at the college, and we are going to do that. We're already working on plans to do that. At the same time, the fire departments, the police departments, the sheriff's department, and other law enforcement agencies in this area, we're going to work with them to do the same thing to attract more people to this county, so that you can, instead of wondering about where those helpers are, those fire people are. I used to say firemen. I'm changing my vernacular now. But the truth of the matter is, getting people that come in who have a dedication and a devotion to what they do to protect and serve. That's what we're all about, and we are just as tightly aligned with you as county commissioners and with our brothers and sisters in the fire and the law enforcement communities, and that's what we commit to. I think it's gonna be beneficial to you. I think it will put you far beyond where you are currently when you're able to accommodate the needs of all those different organizations. And our request is simply, Mr. Lashley, getting you to that point much, much quicker than what we might otherwise do. I'll be honest with you, I'll tell you of an internal meeting we had. People said, well, let's change the fire tower, the dirty burn tower. Let's change that and put that at the site. Well, we've got two problems. We've got, first of all, a lack of water. And secondly, a way, even if we could get water, a way to get it to that site, so therefore it wouldn't be certified. And besides, if we were to change what we've already approved, that would add another year to 2 years to the process, to your very point. That's why we're trying to move expeditiously on this as we can.
I'd like to point out and thank you, you did not start out with, I was not here. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Additionally, we did not have all the contracts and so forth with this safety center that we currently do have in place. And so I'm not sure that we really could have done what should have been done in 2018 or whatever without the contracts and the information that we needed. I'm not trying to defend Dr. Gatewood, but I think those are the facts.
They are, and you know, it's literally one of those things that you know, how can I say this without being thrown out of here? We stole one from you. Dr. Gatewood did, I didn't, but I love working with her. The truth of the matter is, she is learning how complex, and she'll be the first to tell you that, how complex community college systems are in really higher education in North Carolina. And that's not a condemnation, it's just the reality. And with that complexity comes things that sometimes make it a little more difficult to do the things that we all want to do more rapidly. So, Mr. Chair, that's the way I would respond to you on that. And I know Dr. Gatewood very well, and he's very attuned to what is. I wish I could do some of the things that he has done. But the truth of the matter is, we're in a position now, with your assistance and your guidance, to really take it to where it needs to be and get this thing done, so that this commission can be extraordinarily proud of, I think, would be the premier system in North Carolina. Maybe not for fire. I just built that one, but close. And certainly in law enforcement, by all means, you will lead the charge, and yet you will adequately meet the needs of fire in your community.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other question I haven't been answered. Economic benefit. Can you inform the audience, I know we've heard this before, but just remind the audience of the different outside agencies that have already indicated an interest in providing students for our Public Safety Training Center, and what that potential impact can be in economic benefit to the county?
Well, I've certainly had a conversation with someone from Durham County, from Orange County, from someone who represents Caswell and Person County, and Chatham County, and tomorrow will be Randolph County, and then later this week Guilford County. So I think the potential for people coming in from the region is extraordinarily strong, and I think the fact, once we promote this appropriately, that you have a lot of people that come to this, they are not sponsoring. They come of their own volition because they want to serve and protect in whatever capacity, whether it's in law enforcement or it's in fire and rescue, and they come to do that. So we've had a number of people already imply that they want, from what I've been told by others, that there may be interest in doing some, not just the initial BLET training, but at the same time some more advanced training as a result of what we are able to create here. And that has implications with the SBI, it has implications with other law enforcement agencies in the system, which, when you really evaluate law enforcement agencies throughout the state, they come from many jurisdictions doing many different things. And quite frankly, I would be beaming if we were to have a relationship with the FBI and somebody like that and others, as we do things, and Department of Homeland Security is not outside the realm of possibility. So, but it takes a facility, it takes dedicated and focused effort on the part of organizations such as ours at ACC, working in concert with law enforcement, fire and rescue, and others that may have an interest or desire in doing the kind of work that we need to do.
In some of these classes too, as I understand it, you're gonna have people that come here, they're gonna be spending multiple nights in our local hotels and motels, eating meals in our local restaurants, quite possibly shopping when they're here. That's an economic benefit.
That's accurate.
Green Level has been very, very concerned about the amount of time it's taken us to get this up, because they're looking for economic benefit in that part of our community. So it's much more than just training local law enforcement.
Really is. I think it becomes a beacon for a number of people, to include all of those locally that may have an interest and a desire to protect and serve. You have a state-of-the-art place where they can come. We get more aggressive in terms of what we're doing from a promotional activity in concert with the law enforcement, fire and rescue folks, to include others in this community. And then all of a sudden you have not only, well, maybe not somebody as old as I am, but other adults that are interested in doing this kind of work. But at the same time, it's a grand opportunity for you to appeal to the younger generation out there as well, who I will promise you, I was in a class this morning, but just before I came over here this morning, you would have been proud of who was sitting in that room, how sharp those young people were, and how focused they were, and how on top of things they were. So all that stuff that we hear about what a terrible generation it is, it's not the case at all. There are so many great kids out there waiting to grow and develop, and we just need to embrace them and take them to the right place. And that's within our within our grasp, it's within our reach, it's within our fingertips to do so. So I would encourage you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Board of Commissioners, please support us on this. And I'll promise you, for at least the next 3.5 to 4 months, we're going to work like crazy to get the thing going. And the only regret I have is on the timeline. They don't start moving dirt till I leave. But I guarantee you, it's supposed to be in January, and I'm going to haunt them if they don't start turning dirt in January. Mr. Chair, that's my report.
Would point out the sheriff was consistently during your presentation giving an affirmative nod.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to preach for him all day long if you'll just lend me his jacket. I love that jacket.
That kind of goes with the school colors, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Mr. Chairman, call for the question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? There being none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, no, that we had I don't think we
I
had
don't think we had a motion yet.
Well, I'm sorry. Ms. Evans, would you again repeat the motion?
Absolutely, Commissioners. It would be a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of Commissioners for the County of Alamance, North Carolina, declaring its intention to reimburse said county from the proceeds of one or more tax-exempt financing for certain capital expenditures.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a
Just-
motion second.
Just one thing to say,
Comments?
with all this building and all this greatness and all this, you're not gonna have any of that if you don't have a teacher. So notice, that's who creates the future, their teacher. And in whatever building we're in, that's who makes this all happen.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Atkins.
Good morning.
Morning.
My OCD is sticking in half the square. Last month, I came before you to address the concerns of Mr. Barry Joyce regarding the level of assessment relative between residential property, farms, commercial property. And I stand behind the statements that I made that day regarding that. I think that they're in proportion. We don't have a general overassessment or underassessment. But as I said at the time, I'm sure if you look around, you'll find specific instances where something is high or something is low. One of the items that we talked about last month was the Lowe's Home Improvement in Burlington. And I stated to this board that the valuation at $8.5 million was correct. And I used as evidence 2 sales, the higher of which was in line with our value at $65 per square foot. Well, after that meeting, Mr. Joyce contacted me, and he said, now, do you know that those sales are ground leases? Those sales don't include the structure value. And I said, Mr. Joyce, I do not know that, but we'll look into it. Well, he's correct. Those sales that were referenced would give us the value of the land in those cases. And of course, our Lowe's has a structure sitting on it. So if we're in line with the land value, we are probably not at a true market value. I reached out to our vendor, Vincent Valuations. They've been assisting us with the revaluation. They did not place this value. This value was done by in-house staff. But I asked, can you please review this value with me? I want to know what is it worth really in the market. And I've become convinced through this process that it's probably worth about $125 a square foot, about $16.5 million, not 8.5. So we're nearly 50% value. Now, of course, the question I immediately had is, well, how did we end up here? Why are we at $65 per square foot? And again, this is a value that we set in-house. So I talked to our commercial appraiser, and he said that his basis was not the market. Well, I can tell that. His basis was what's happening with other counties and in the appeals boards. So Lowe's has an extremely effective appeal program. I've been watching this for the last 10 years. They've been running the same argument across the state and across the country. They have been extremely effective in bringing in teams of attorneys and teams of commercial appraisers, and counties have thrown tens of thousands of dollars at appeal defense and come up with very little. One case that comes to mind is the Gaston case, where when they went down to Raleigh for the state board basically determined that neither party had strong evidence and set it somewhere in between and set them at $61 a square foot. Now we're at 65, and the board set Gaston at 61. And so what we're seeing is that's kind of the predominant ruling coming down from these boards. Well, 10 years ago, counties were going to war, right? They wanted to fight and they were throwing money at it. Today, counties are tired, and we're seeing kind of a new normal emerge. What our commercial appraiser did is he observed the results. He observed this is what the boards are doing, this is the new normal that's emerging, and he used that as his basis of value, not the market, but what other counties are doing in response to these boards, what these boards are ordering. Now, to make everything straightforward, you have an A, B, C structure here. So at A, the assessor should set the value per the market, and then at B, that property owner is free to appeal. And if they win the appeals board, good for them, the board will set the value, and at C, we now have an active tax value, that's what we go on. What we've effectively done is we've cut straight from A to C. We just cut out step B altogether. The assessor has effectively looked at the lay of the land, and instead of value per the market, we've taken a guess at what that board would do. We were guessing if you were to go to Raleigh, where would you end up? And that's that $65 a square foot. Now, I think that's completely inappropriate. I did not know that that was happening. If I knew that was happening, I would have prevented it. And this isn't to say that I'm not responsible for it, because frankly, my responsibility is to know what is happening in my organization. I'm supposed to be aware of that and prevent it. So I take full responsibility for this having occurred. But I will say that I completely disagree with the assessor's office taking the role of the property tax commission and trying to guess what that board would come out with at the end of an appeal. We need to set it at market and let those boards do their job. Well, now here we're in this situation, right? On the front end, I would have prevented it. We're not on the front end. We're on the back end. So what's the damage and what are the options? And the first thing that came to mind when I realized this is we've got another Lowe's. So I looked at it, and this is $65 a square foot. And of course, we've got an Office Depot, $65 a square foot. And I think to myself, oh my goodness, this is big box retail. Walmart is big box retail. All three Walmarts, $65 a square foot. So I now begin to go through all of our records, and we believe we've isolated all of them. We have 10 big box retail. This includes Target, Belk, JCPenney, and Dillard's.
Can you
All-
repeat that again, please, sir?
Sure. This is the 2 Lowe's location, the Home Depot location, all 3 Walmart, Target, Belk, JCPenney, and Dillard's.
Thank you.
And these are the 10 properties that are affected. Only these 10 properties are affected. And I want to stress that. We're not looking at a systemic across-the-board problem with our commercial valuation. Again, as I said at the last meeting, we're up 60% in 6 years. We're capturing value. But these 10, these big box retailers, they were treated consistently at $65 a square foot, which is the county assuming what an appeals board would do and just cutting to the chase and going right there. You have 7 individual companies represented in these 10 locations. 2 of them are currently under appeal, Belk and Dillard's. Now, one of the things that the county could do, this is an option, but I want to think through this process with you, is that this board has the power to say, assessor, go correct that. And at that point, I would value these 10 properties per what we believe they're truly worth in the market, and they're not all worth $125 a square foot. The 65 a square foot is per that board and is flat. If you're looking at true market values, they're going to vary. So I don't know at this moment the exact amount that would be. The highest ones would probably be 125, some would be lower. We could set those new values. We could notice those 7 owners about those 10 properties. I guarantee we'll get 10 out of 10 under appeal. On appeal, those 7 companies will send their teams of lawyers and will send their teams of commercial appraisers. And if we want to mount a defense, we'll have to do the same. I've talked with Attorney Stevens. There is absolutely no way that we can defend teams of lawyers coming in on these appeals with in-house staff. This would be a situation where we need to get outside support. I've talked with our vendor. There's no way we can defend teams of commercial appraisers coming in, multiple teams. We would have to get outside support. We just simply could not do that. So I don't know how much that would cost. It depends on how far we go. I will say I've heard that Forsyth spent over $50,000 on Lowe's alone and didn't get any order. Forsyth County spent over $50,000 on just Lowe's and didn't really get anywhere. So I don't know how much we would be involved if we really wanted to fight. My theory is that the boards would eventually put us to somewhere near where we're at now. This is our best guess as to what happens post-appeal. And so I would think post-appeal, we would come back to a very similar number. Right? It could be higher, it could be lower. I have no way of knowing. We could get a high enough value to cover all the legal expenses and be in the plus. We could be in the minus at the end of the day. I simply don't have a way to know that. That is an option. And I think that we would have to address all 10. I don't think we could cherry pick. The other option is that we can say, well, we didn't get there by the right means. The assessor's office should not have presumed what a board would say. This is not the right way to get there, but we got there. And we got to a place that is supported by decisions we've seen from the PTC. We go with that for the next 4 years, and at revaluation, we do it differently. We've got a few options there. Are we out a lot of money if we do that? I don't think so, because I think what's going to happen is that we're going to get knocked right back down into a similar ballpark. We save the cost of defending these values, and we end up probably in a very similar place. So I don't know how to advise the board as far as what is the best course of action here, but that's sort of the fork in the road that we're seeing. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
I have a question of Mr. Stevens. Our bills went out, and I'm just gonna pick a date, August 1st. On those bills, I know from my law office and my home, it said, this determination was made as of a date, and there basically aren't any appeals on that. Now, it says personal property, but I, as a homeowner and office building owner, assumed that it also meant real property, which may be an entirely false assumption. That's number one. Number two, now that we've billed everybody already, can we go back and correct it because it was our error, not the taxpayer giving us false information.
Two answers. Yes, I do think we can go back and we can look at the values again, so that's what's called discovery. And specifically in the Machinery Act that we've talked about so far today, discovered property includes property that was listed, but the listing included a substantial understatement of value. Barring that remedy, I think the immaterial irregularity provisions of GS 105-394 would allow us to go back and look at values and reassess. There's not a requirement in law necessarily to employ either of those mechanisms to the situation at hand, but those give us options. Yes.
Although with real property, we don't go out and ask for an evaluation. We assess the value, unlike personal property.
Correct. And that's why I think the 105-394 plus to look at the value.
Hard to do it for this year or within the next, 3 years before our new evaluation.
Well, I think Mr. Akins has already kind of laid out the rubric there, right? So I don't believe that saying that the value should be 125 a square foot when it's been assessed at 65 a square foot necessarily means that we're going to come out that much ahead. I mean, it's not necessarily a windfall of money that we're going to gain by simply sending the bills and waiting for the checks to come in. There's going to be a process undertaken. It's very likely that the entities that have not yet appealed their valuation might decide to do so, especially because of the circumstances that have happened in the past year. So the board may decide not to take the position that we want to pursue it this year. But I think he's laid out for you the cost-benefit metric there.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, you're saying that we can actually go back and send a new bill this year?
Yes, I believe there's a mechanism to do that.
Okay. What would be their appeal timing then if we send a new bill? Would they not have a
Within 30
new
days of
appeal
notice.
period?
They would get 30 days of notice.
Okay.
Yes. They'd still get the same due process as if they'd gotten the bill the first time. So they won't lose any of that just because we decide to go back and reassess at a different value.
I think it might be a good idea to look at what our cost might be if we want to defend it, so that we can have some insight as a board on what this might cost us if we want to defend that, and whether or not, what we anticipate the outcome to be. I mean, when this came to light to me, it really bothered me that we have merchants in our community that are competing with our local merchants in a lot of cases, getting a benefit that our local merchants don't get. And it's not right. I can come up with a lot of different ways to describe it, but it's just not right. And I agree with what Mr. Joyce said. I appreciate him so much for taking a look at that and finding it out.
Yeah, I'd just like to say too, is we,
Cannot. Unless we bring you up, you cannot, I'm sorry.
okay.
I'll go back to what I said. I think it would be a good idea between now and either our second meeting this month or first meeting in October for us to take a look at, it may take longer, what the cost might be to put together a team to actually defend it, and be prepared to understand whether we want to undertake that cost and what the benefit might be and how to analyze where we might wind up at the end of that process.
Understood.
Board, can we vote to allow Mr. Joyce to address this issue? Are we in agreement to do that?
Yeah, because other random people
Sure.
come up and talk.
No problem with that.
Mr. Turner, you ready? Mr. Joyce,
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
come up to the mic.
Okay. And Jeremy and I have got to know each other real well. He's a great guy. He's a good employee.
Probably the only one of the few government employees that ever admitted he's wrong. But you know, when I sit here and hear you talk, we can't be afraid,
Thank you.
okay? We can't be afraid to charge people what they owe,
Exactly.
okay?
we can't sit here and raise this gentleman's homeowner's value double and say, well, he's not gonna appeal because he's gonna have to hire an attorney, he's gonna have to spend this money, and he's not gonna do it, so we bluff him down and he pays. And that's what you're talking about doing, okay? At some point, you've got to stand up. And let me say this about Jeremy. You have got an awful system for evaluating property. I think Jerry would admit that. I admit it. I've looked at it. This is just a shot in the dark approach to appraising property. There's just hard. The only way you can appraise this property, it costs you millions of dollars, is to send somebody out and appraise the properties all over the county every year. So you can't do it. So we're taking shots in the dark, you know, and saying, well, this house in this zone was worth this much a square foot, so we're gonna make everybody's house in this zone worth so much a square foot. Okay? That's basically how it works, isn't it?
I don't know that's an accurate description.
Yeah, well, it's close.
We can debate that some more.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, he's got it, his system is dated 1988, okay?
The copyright on our software is 1980.
You're right. So, you know, we're talking a lot of difference in 1988 and 1980. I'm sure there's some more up-to-date software, and there may not be. I mean, I've talked to a lot of business people, big business people about this, and they've said this has been going on for years. It's just hard, you know, when they don't get, when the property tax doesn't increase, you don't hear a peep out of them, okay? When it comes in way too low, they're quiet as a mouse, you know. But when it comes in too high, then they want to use their clout, their legal money that the individual doesn't have. And that's what brought all this about the homeowner paying the bulk of the tax. When I see something like this where we aren't billing these people because we're afraid, you know.
Now, let me comment here, Mr. Joyce. I never asked Mr. Aiken, I never said not to do it. What was my first comment? Let's go get it.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I understand.
But our job as your commissioner is to be informed before we make a move. And so to have some knowledge of what we're getting ready to undertake and understand what the expense might be is the way we approach that.
I understand that.
I think we need to go get the money.
Well, I think you do too, because it's a one-time expense, and if you get it, you're gonna get it forever. And it's not a little bit of money. I mean, you know, $40,000 is not a little bit of money to most of these people. You know, that's a lot of tax money. And, you know, as we go through the next 4 years, this is gonna give Jeremy an opportunity to take his folks and start looking at some of this stuff and making sure that we do have a better evaluation instead of being afraid. And I don't think Jeremy's afraid. I just think he's thinking about, okay, if I get this, how much does it cost me to get it? You know, so is it worth it? Well, it's always worth it.
Do the right thing.
It's always worth doing the right thing for the taxpayers. And then we might even actually bring our tax rate down to, you know, to help bring some of these values down back on these homes to where they should be, instead of where they are. And it all averages out, okay? But I appreciate Jeremy's help, and I mean, I did a lot of digging and a lot of questioning and went a long ways up the ladder to find this information out. So, if you want me as hire me as a bounty hunter, I'm real expensive, but, you know, I can probably pay my salary.
Mr. Joyce, we thank you.
All right, thanks.
Who
Thank
knows,
you.
we may actually set an example to the other 100 counties in North Carolina, right?
Exactly.
Well, and I would say, and I do want to emphasize, what we have here is a unique situation. This is not a failure of appraising property, being able to figure out what a market value is. This is a decision to follow an appeals board and set up a market. And it's isolated to these 10 properties. So I don't want you to think that because this has occurred with these 10, that, well, that's just the way that they do business. That is not the way. I think demonstrably, again, for commercial property, and I would say, I don't know that we're talking about enough revenue to move the tax rate. I don't think that's really what we're looking at. I don't want you to have a false impression that, well, we're gonna do this, then that's gonna let us drop the tax rate. It's not that much. But I would say, I always feel like it's worth doing the right thing. On the front end, I have no other choice but to do it properly. If I had known this, even though I'm still getting the appeal, still, we're gonna do it the right way on the front end. The only concern I have is that this has already been done. So if I present to this board, I don't wanna present to this board only half the story. Have this board make a decision on half the information, and then be surprised later if they follow up and say, Jeremy, how'd that go? And Jeremy says, well, we lost money, and you say, I never warned you about it. So that's my place, is to make sure that you have all the information on hand. I do want to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Berjois for his feedback, his comments. He was a valuable information source as we were studying. Everything he told me regarding the lows, everything checked out, so he was definitely very knowledgeable. And I appreciate that, because if he had not said anything, I would not have known. And to my knowledge, in 11 and a half years of coming before this board, I have never misinformed this board before. If I ever do, I want to know it, because I've been chomping at the bit for a month to have a chance to come back and set it right and say, here's the correct information. And without Mr. Joyce, that wouldn't have happened.
Always refreshing to have somebody accept responsibility.
And I want to thank you and Mr. Joyce. He and I talked way too much about this matter. But we appreciate, and citizens, you bring matters to us, we do listen as commissioners. And I'm talking about all 5 commissioners. And we do raise the issues when we need to. But I just want to say thank you to both you gentlemen. Based upon Mr. Carter's recommendation, I would suggest to this board that we put it on our next agenda possibly, come back, Mr. Stevens, with, you only have 2 people in your office, basically as attorneys.
That's correct, yes.
So, we need to know what it will take with these required appeals, what is gonna be the cost to appeal it and follow through, and the additional legal service cost. And I would request that we put this on our agenda for our next meeting. Board, do you agree?
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
I just think about all the folks that have lost their minds over their tax rates. Literally, the folks, especially seniors, that just don't know if they can keep their homes because of taxes. And I just think about little David going into that war with Goliath, and he tore him up. Head on a stick and danced about it in downtown. That's my way of solving things. But we can't be cowards here. The big Goliaths, you're always going to have them in your world, and I'm all about fairness. And this could go back years, how much we would have been a difference in our tax amount of money coming into this county. And I think whoever lives in this county pays just like whoever lives in this county, whatever that looks like. And I think we need to go to war with this, because that is really standing up for the public in this county, because they pay for everything, and everybody needs to pay their fair share, whatever that looks like. And I know how I felt about the tax reval, and I hate this has happened, but for you to stand there, I said I'd come in there and stand with you. I really appreciate it. It's great to see integrity in leading and different things like that. And that's all that matters when it comes to really leading folks, is you've got to be honest, and even when it gets bad. But I'm just glad we don't go into war like this. Well, we can't go because they may beat us. No, you go to win. And that's the way I see it. So, but I'm just, this is unbelievable. This has happened, but now we got to face it and face it right for everybody that pays their taxes in this county.
I will say, for clarity's sake, that only this year, in the future years, or
Yeah.
what we have in mind, the last year and previous years were set by the very same board we're talking about, the Property Tax Commission in Raleigh. They previously appealed, and our value was set to the lower amount. So
Well, they can come in here in their $10,000 suits, and that's okay, because David and Goliath, that's all I got to say.
Well, board, my motion is to table this matter to our next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion on the motion that's pending?
Quickly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Akins, so I understand we value the Lowe's boxes in-house. For the other 8, 9, were those done by the professional appraisers based upon the decisions made from the appeals, or did we in-house, or did we look at other boxes in-house as well?
So these are mostly done by in-house staff. We had a couple that was done by the contractor, but they used our numbers. So our staff said we're doing 65 square foot.
Okay.
And they got those numbers from us.
So everything kind of starts from that assessment?
Yes.
Okay.
Lowe's was the beginning point, and everything was set to be similar.
Okay, well, thank you. By way of discussion, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to support your motion. I can tell you that when this comes up again, that I will support Mrs. Thompson's view, and we'll be seeking that we assess the values at what we actually assess the values to be.
Any further discussion as to this pending motion?
I do have another question, and I think Mr. Lashley does as well.
Go ahead.
Personal property.
Mhm.
What's the impact on the personal property in that's furniture, fixtures, and equipment in those stores?
But that's assessed separately.
Right,
So-
I understand that piece, but what,
It has no interaction.
that was billed separately.
That was built separately.
Okay.
Mr. Lashley?
Well, I just wanted to get Susan Evans to make a note of this, because, just doing my calculations, just took Lowe's as $65 a square foot and figured out what their tax rate, or what the tax bill would be. And I've just gotten a ballpark figure around $36,000 to $38,000 is their bill. Now, I feel like the other commissioners that we probably should definitely not let this fall by the wayside, but with one caveat. Be careful what you wish for, because if, in essence, you're taking that 65, you're gonna double it. So for Lowe's, you're talking about $38,000 for one. Multiply that by 10, $380,000. It's not chump change. But what good have you done if it cost you $250,000 to get it? This is a great thing, and I think Mr. Joyce, this is what citizens help their community by taking his experience and speaking up and showing you where this is wrong. And I thank him for that. But just be careful what you wish for and what you want to do, because lawyers aren't cheap. And when you get into it, and Mr. Stevens, you step in anytime I say anything wrong. Anytime you get into discussions or litigation with lawyers, the numbers could be astronomical. So what I'm saying is just let's be careful. I understand wanting to go get it. I'd say let's go ahead and send them a bill and see how it comes out. That's okay. But be very careful when you are all amped up to go get $380,000, which, by the way, one penny will bring you $2.5 million. So for all this effort, you're not gonna move the needle on a tax rate at all. 0. So let's just be careful about going and doing this. I think we should send in the bill, and I thank Mr. Joyce, but going forward, in the next revow, we got some real hard, fast numbers, and this money won't slip away from us again. So all I'm saying is, let's be careful of wanting to dust up a fight with somebody. I'm saying, let's send the bill, let's do the right thing. I'm not saying that, let's do that. But let's think about it a little bit more, a little more open of how we're going to achieve this goal. Because I think we should ask for the money if they owe it to us. But going and fighting somebody for $380,000 is gonna cost you $250,000 does not seem very fair. I mean, does not seem the right way to go. I mean, I just thank you and Mr. Joyce for bringing this to our attention. And I certainly want to have it on the next agenda, and I would like to get the numbers from each one of these entities, these retailers, of how much they actually, what their tax bill is, what the tax bill should have been, and let's just make a determination if we're willing to. I just don't want to go fight these lawyers for a year, maybe, would that be right? And the county gets nothing for it. The only thing the county gets is our lawyer, our county lawyer loses all his hair because he's pulling his hair out, having to deal with all these 10 different entities, which is not gonna be easy. It's gonna be very time consuming, It's gonna cost a lot of money to the county. So I just want to be aware of that. I understand, let's do the right thing. Let's send them a bill. But be careful what you wish for about fighting these lawyers, because they, like you said, Jeremy, they have pockets full of cash.
Well, and I want to make sure to always give a clear understanding of an accurate impression with what I say. You know, when we're looking at the 125 a square foot, we're walking through a desert, and up ahead, that sure looks like an oasis. But when you get there, it's just the heat reflection on the sand. I'm not saying that we can't come out net positive. We might come out net negative. I do not know that. But if we begin to think, well, my goodness, at 125 a square foot, this is the amount of money, that's an illusion. I don't think that's achievable.
I think the principle here is that your county is fighting for its taxpayers that have kind of felt like they took the whole brunt. And when you discover something like this, talking about paying a bill, I would much rather pay my attorneys to do the right thing by me, even if I lose, because you've always got to do the right thing. And you got to take that risk. I think it's worth it. I think I'm a taxpayer, and I think it's worth it because what's fair is fair. And if they've gotten away with this, I don't mean gotten away with it, that's on us. And why would they fuss about it? Oh, please, I need to pay you more. That's just what we do. That's in everything. But the people have took a big hit on this, and I would, as a person in this county, I would really appreciate my leaders fighting for me after what I've just experienced, because we've heard some really tough stories. And I keep Lowe's in business. You should see the flowers at my house. And I love them, but I want them to pay just like everybody else does. It balances out much better that way. And we can't be cowards.
Okay, we have a motion on the deck. Any other discussion? There being none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? No. It's unanimous. See you next meeting.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you. Okay, it's been requested prior to Mr. Atkins' presentation for a 10-minute recess. So I'm going to be fired if I don't give the other commissioners a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
And I gave them to every kid in Riverwood. Give me a snack. And I just started handing them out in the horses.
That's cool.
Every day.
That's really awesome.
I'm gonna have to talk to Logan and see if I can get his
Ready, guys?
autograph. He's gonna get his autograph.
We're back in session. Okay, Mr. Hook, I understand you're up to bat.
Thank you for coming today.
I have so many words, I wrote them down today. Chairman Paisley, board members, it's been roughly 45 days since we first learned of the severe mold in our buildings. I want to take a moment to provide some background for you and those joining us today. When severe mold was first found at Andrews Elementary and then at Newland Elementary, the ABSS board and my staff immediately shifted into crisis response mode. Over the past 6 weeks, we've been working to assess the situation, to hire remediation and testing crews, and to develop both short-term fixes and long-term solutions. I sincerely appreciate that this Board of Commissioners came to the table for 3 extensive meetings with us last week to address the urgent issue. You all have demonstrated a real commitment to protecting the health and safety of our students and staff. I look forward to continuing our work to resolve this crisis. Our community is counting on us. I want to recap some funding. During an emergency meeting on August the 4th, the Board of Education authorized the use of $1.2 million from our PAYGO funding to address urgent issues at Andrews and Newland Elementary schools. The allocation, redirected from other planned facilities needs, enabled immediate HVAC repairs and mold remediation to begin at those 2 schools. The work at those schools prompted a public outcry from the Alamance County taxpayers, who are also our families, to check every school. Dr. Butler was also adamant that every building be checked before allowing students back in. Last week, you agreed to allow us to reallocate nearly $17 million in funding that were coming to us for use and some of our lottery funding to help us get our children back in school. As you're aware, late Friday, we made the difficult decision to delay the start of school until September 11th after discovering toxic mold in 10 of our schools. We realized in order to reopen these buildings, the HVAC systems would need thorough cleaning to ensure that all mold is removed and to allow time for air quality testing to be done at our schools. We apologize to our families and staff. I want those watching and listening to us to know that this was a difficult decision for us. Yes, we have heard the public outcry of all kinds, but I stand before you today knowing that in the long run, we, the commissioners and the Board of Education, will have done the right thing for Alamance County's taxpayers. As of this morning, 29 schools are undergoing remediation, and sadly, we're up to 16 campuses where we have discovered toxigenic mold that I've spoke about, which requires additional funding to correct. Both boards can say that we have been transparent with our community through the entire process. We currently have a mold dashboard on our website to let taxpayers know how we are together handling this situation. As I said last week, we have been in crisis. We have been in a crisis for Alamance County, and we appreciate our students, families, and staff for being patient with us. We continue to have over 2,000 contractors working as I speak right now in our schools to remedy the crisis. We appreciate you prioritizing this facility crisis that we are in and working collaboratively to ensure our schools are safe learning environments for the children and families of Alamance County. We look forward to a productive discussion today on how we can move forward.
And we thank you. I'd like to acknowledge our state senator is present with us. Thank you. Mr. Turner,
I don't have any at the moment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Carter,
We're now up to 16 sites with toxic mold, did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I could summarize the information I have on those if you'd like.
And I had a conversation earlier this weekend with a member of the school board that indicated that we still thought we were gonna be able to get schools open by the 11th, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's our intent.
What are those schools you're talking about, the 16?
Ms. Thompson?
Sorry,
please.
I just want the schools, the 16.
Okay, there are 16, 9 of which were from surface sampling and 7 of which were from air sampling. Broadview, these are air sampling. Broadview, Cummings, Woodlawn, Graham High School, Haw River, Eastern High School, and East Lawn. Physical surface sampling revealed varieties of toxic mold at Ray Street Academy, Western Alamance High School, Grove Park, Pleasant Grove, North Graham, E.M. Holt, B. Everett Jordan, Sylvan, and Southern High School.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, that's improper, but please repeat it.
All of them?
Yeah,
Okay. Air quality sampling revealed toxigenic mold in air samples at Broadview Middle School, Cummings High School, Woodlawn Middle School, Graham High School, Haw River Elementary School, Eastern High School, East Lawn Elementary School. Physical surface sampling revealed varieties of toxic mold at Ray Street Academy, Western Alamance High School, Grove Park Elementary, Pleasant Grove Elementary, North Graham Elementary, E.M. Holt Elementary, B. Everett Jordan Elementary, Sylvan Elementary, Southern Alamance High School. So I do want to say the physical samplings, surface samples, that may have only been in one spot, but that's what got it to hit the list.
Ms. Thompson, continue, please.
Just curiosity, like something like the new school Southeast, has that been tested?
Not
Our
yet.
luck is, just asking.
Not yet.
Okay. It may be new, but I don't trust mold, so I'm just asking.
Mr. Hook, is the website up to speed, or is this is that list met your list? I just pulled it up for the public. Okay.
It doesn't look like the toxigenic mold list is accurate.
Okay. Yes, sir. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson,
I'm good.
Mr. Lashley.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Hook, questions abound. I have received hundreds of emails, and the first question everyone asks, how did this occur? I mean, can you confirm or deny that the system was shut off at any particular time during the summer?
They were set to go off over the weekends and in the evenings, and beginning July 1st, we began running them around the clock.
So like first, is that normally what you would do before?
I think since 2008, the system has been shutting HVAC, whether we're talking heating or cooling, off every day at 5 o'clock unless the school requested for a special event to run in the evening and also on the weekends. And I recall even in the summer times, during certain years, it would shut off the whole school except for the office during the summer unless you requested to turn it on because you were doing stripping and waxing or cleaning activities on a certain hallway of school.
Well, the reason I ask is in our meetings last week, Dr. Parker, school board member, made a very interesting thought. And it wasn't his thought, he did some investigation on this. And we were talking about toxigenic mold, which is the highest mold that you have. And you have allergenic mold, which is the lowest one you have. In his presentation, he says that the allergenic mold is these things that can occur in a rapid sense, like it doesn't need a lot of time. But the toxigenic mold's a complete different monster. It's one of these things, and his words were, toxigenic mold cannot grow in one growing season. It takes multiple growing seasons for this to occur. Have you done any research on that to see if this was a problem that was here over time, rather than just the allergenic mold that we see on surfaces and things like that? Do you see the toxigenic mold? Do you see the same way he does it? This is a particular process that it takes, in his words, more than one growing season. Could take several growing seasons to get to the toxigenic side of it. Are you seeing the same thing?
I'm not a mold expert, but I'll tell you my opinion. I've learned a lot from going around with the folks that we've had doing our sampling and testing. They're really good teachers. So from what I understand, the toxigenic molds come from water invasion, sustained water invasion, and it makes sense what Dr. Parker has postulated, and I would agree with that. The other thing that I've learned is when you have the existence of allergenic molds, if you don't get them cleaned up, then other molds will begin to feed on them, and so it will basically transform from one type of mold to another, and so on. I can't define what a growing season is for mold, but I would think that anytime we're providing water, humidity, a certain amount of heat, and food, which basically is dirt or other types of mold, then we're growing mold.
Well, I got one last thing to ask, and Ms. Thompson brought it up, so I figured I would go down this road about the new high school. It is my understanding that things from schools that have current mold problems in them, things were taken out of those schools and placed in Southeast High School as a matter of, I guess, space. Do you know if that's true?
I can't speak to that other than teachers taking their computers with them, which they should have taken them home every day when they left.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You cannot imagine how many emails, voicemails, text, so forth that this board has received over this issue. I don't want to point fingers, whatever, but Mr. Atkins went on several local news stations blaming lack of funding, county commissioners specifically, for this problem. I know, and I think that one of the board members in one of our hearings said only 17% of our budget goes to the school system. It's more accurately 33 to 35%. The 17% was totally erroneous. And if we're going to point fingers, I'm willing to do that. But I do not think that's in the best interest of our students or our parents. I, as a commissioner, did not receive any notification of the postponement of schools from today. I did as a grandfather, because I have 2 grandchildren that are in the school system, and I received the notice as a second in line notification grandfather. Why are we as commissioners not receiving the information on the front end, and before it's just general information and I find out about it on Channel 8 or Channel 12 News?
Firstly, I agree that we need to work together to solve these problems. I'm not a fan of finger pointing. As I've thought about this, it's definitely a time for us to rise to our goals, not fall to our habits. And I think we've all in the 3 board members meetings last week recognized that we have some bad habits, but we can't rise to our goals by ourselves. We have to do it together, both boards. So I'll defer to Dr. Butler on your second part of the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Paisley. I was not aware that you were not receiving information in a timely manner. We will fix that.
Thank you. That's the
Sure.
request.
Okay. Also, in terms of what we're dealing with today, we have found out a whole lot since Friday evening. The numbers have gone up. Mr. Bass is here from Builder Services as well as Joe Johnson. More money. I think right now, moving forward, what we need to focus on, in my opinion, is a long-term plan. We get through this, we get those schools clean. The schools that have toxin and mold, I think we have to clean the air ducts that service the HVACs. But moving forward, how do we prevent having to be back up here again? And I think that's long-term planning, and that's got to be our laser focus moving forward, not looking backwards. That means roofs, and what I've emailed my board is roofs, water intrusion, dehumidification. Those are the things that cause mold, and until we figure out how to address those and be preventative moving forward, mold's not going to go away. And I assure you that there are 115 LEAs in North Carolina, school districts. They have them too. It's just not here. But we, as in you guys and us, are brave enough to say enough's enough. We're going to fix this. I hope.
You and my wife taught together at Broadview Middle School for years. And I suspect that I know she did, at the front of every year, came home, got Clorox, got whatever, carried materials back to clean mold. And that was for 42 years. And I suspect you saw the same thing.
The news reported that the type of mold in Broadview Middle School where we taught can cause brain infections and potential cancer. You do know what I had. So this is personal, but it's not just about me. It's about the kids and staff members that are there today. That was 20 years ago or more. Was there mold there then? I don't know. I know this here now.
Mr. Carter.
I think Mr. Bass had an interesting comment in an earlier meeting, I believe from last week, about the other schools in North Carolina that they had to deal with it. It's not like we're in a category of one. Would you be so kind as to repeat some of the other school systems you've worked for in North Carolina?
Chairman Payton, Vice Chairman Carter, Board. Yes, here's the nutshell. You're not alone. You just got it all at one time. I mean, other school districts deal with this in the state of North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. The difference is you got everything all at one time. Most of the time, other counties or other school districts maybe face one building, one wing, two wings, maybe one whole school, maybe two schools. Y'all guys are facing 30+ schools at one time. And I want to be, it ain't just cleaning them is the thing. These schools are losing every chalkboard, every corkboard, every dry erase board are all going in the landfill. They cannot be remediated, they cannot be cleaned, and they have mold on the backside of them. They're made with particle board, so you take a dry erase board, it's slick on this side, it's particle board on the back, okay? I want to address, so Chairman, I'm sorry.
Address what is, for that purpose, address what, for the audience, what is food to mold? I think a lot of people think immediately of food left lying around or crumbs or something of that nature. Address what is food for mold.
So mold, if you think about a three-legged stool, it takes three things for mold. It takes temperature, it takes moisture, and it takes a food source. A food source can be any wood product, any paper, any drywall, sheetrock has a paper, any food source. If you take away one of the three legs, that stool will not stand. If you take away the moisture, it won't grow. If you take away the temperature, it won't grow, okay? And I wanted to address or just answer Chairman Lashley's point about the toxigenic mold. You are correct. It doesn't happen instantaneously. It takes several cycles for it to happen. And the way it happens is prolonged moisture issues. Penicillin aspergillus can grow very, very quickly. And so I'll address some of the things that's happened since Friday. And I apologize I wasn't there Wednesday or Friday. I had a family member that had a hip replaced on Wednesday, so I've been doing both of these, and I couldn't leave that one. So everything's been email and voicemail and phone. But anyway.
Joe did a good job.
Well, I appreciate it. So what's happened is these schools were assessed by a third party, okay? Alamance Burleson School System hired these folks, which is the right thing to do. They're paying these folks. I have no clue what they're getting paid. They go in and they inspect, and they say, okay, at this time and date, we found mold here, here, and here, okay? Then what should happen is they should write a protocol. A protocol, if you think about it like this, you go to the doctor, you tell the doctor, hey, I don't feel good. The doctor checks you out and says, okay, here's 3 prescriptions, take and get them filled. You take them to the pharmacy. I'm the pharmacist. I fulfill the prescription, okay? The standard of care is the same, right, in my industry. We know how to do that piece. Well, what's happened is these reports were several days later, okay? So what they saw on Tuesday, if the report come out on Thursday or Friday, once they got the air samples back, well, guess what? We go in and we start these areas. We go in to do quality control before we send the email for have the industrial hygienists to clear it. We go into other parts of the school and guess what it's got? Mold. Because it doesn't have any dehumidification. So when we remediate the area, we control the climate, so it doesn't
Why
happen.
does it have 0 dehumidification?
Well, I'm not saying it has 0 dehumidification. What I'm telling you is that it has moisture problems. And the reason why is these schools need to be maintained based on grains of moisture. Everybody talks about relative humidity. Relative humidity, you've got to have 3 other points to get to that, okay? These school systems, Alamance Burleson schools, we have schools in one structure. One part may be 69 degrees and the other part's 81 degrees in the same building, okay? 69 degrees at 60% humidity, you only have this much water. 81 degrees at 60%, you got this much grains, water. So if it's all managed by grains per pound, that's how much available water is in the air. It's the only way you can do it. And as long as these schools stay between 55 and 65, you could possibly get up to 68 grains. You won't have a problem. I can tell you that if it's not corrected, you're gonna be right back same in this boat. And folks, it ain't months. You're gonna be talking days and weeks.
What is your recommendation to the superintendent of schools to have this not occur again? What changes need to be made?
But there's several things. We've already replaced that coming from, let me find it and let me replace it. Because any commercial structure that you go in and you see a wet spot that big, well, guess what? The top side is twice as bad, okay? 1, it needs to be changed. 2, it needs to be determined where it come from. Did it come from a chiller pipe that's leaking? Did it come from an HVAC pan that's overflowing? Did it come from a roof leak? They've got to figure that out quickly, okay? And when I mean quickly, within a couple days, If they have a leak or a water loss, or sink cabinets, or something, one, it's got to be remediated, meaning it's got to be dried out properly, okay? The biggest thing is these schools have to have temporary climate control for 2 scenarios. 1, until the heat's turned back on. So you're talking 2.5 months. I don't know what their schedule is when the heat's turned back on. So you've got to climate control these interior of these buildings. And I will tell you, it's not the only county in the state. There's other counties right now that we have equipment that's climate control because they're waiting on parts for boilers, waiting on parts for chillers. Okay, so it has to be climate control until 1 or 2 things happen. Either the heat is turned back on, so fall comes, or that system in every building is tested, balanced, okay, and corrected. You cannot have a 10 to 12 degree temperature difference in a building. You cannot maintain humidity controls that way. I mean, that is, you're running circles. Some of these roofs, we're probably up to 2, 3, 4 semi-truckloads of ceiling tiles already, okay? There's a problem. And what you see on the bottom side, maybe a spot that big, you look at the top side, it's in mold, okay? I referenced the chalkboards, okay? I can show you pictures. Every chalkboard we take down, it's covered in mold in the backside. That comes from humidity. It gets between the wall and the actual masonite on the back of the chalkboard, and guess what it does? It just grows, okay? Colonies. Dry erase boards, the same way. So that somebody asked the question, do we think we can be there? Yes, there's a army of industrial hygienists here, okay? And when I tell you army, there's, I don't know how many it's here. There's got to be 12 or 15 of them here that come in yesterday. And they're in these schools, and they're saying, hey, you didn't have a protocol for this, but I'm going to write you one right now. You're going to do this, this, and this. I have almost 600 people here cleaning just duct and HVAC systems, not count all the other people we have here doing remediation. So we had the workforce here to do it, okay? And you know, at the end of the day, y'all are not alone. The problem is you're getting it all at one time. And it's unfortunate, but only thing I can compare this to is several school districts in Texas I've done, Louisiana I've done, Florida I've done, and I've done a lot of school systems after hurricanes. It feels like Alamance County school system got hit by a hurricane. That's what y'all are going through.
Back to my question.
Yes, sir.
What are your recommendations to Dr. Butler to make changes in their maintenance, their procedure, so this does not happen again?
That's the ceiling tiles, when they see it, they got to find out where it comes from. 2, when there is a water damage, and look, you can't have 1,000 kids or 800 kids and not expect a water line on a water heater to bust or a water fountain. It's going to happen. But when it happens, you just can't take a shop vac and vacuum it up and just mop it and say it's all good, right? If it affects the drywall, it's got to be dried out. It's got to be professionally done, right? And there's a difference between price and cost, and I'm going to finish that. Price is what you pay today. If I can get through by $2 a day, I'm good. The cost is what you pay over the lifetime. You see what I'm saying? So they've got to do it right, okay?
Well, specifically, cutting off the HVAC systems over the summer.
That will not work. Now, you can raise the temperature if all the systems were effective, balanced, and working properly. I mean, I just got a call on my way here. There's a team of industrial hygienists in Williams High School this morning at 7:30. There's part of the school that we didn't dehumidify. And it's the reason why is we track this every single day, okay? It's been fine every day. Temperature's been fine. Grain's been fine. Grading's been fine. Yesterday, we have the recording from yesterday. Guess what? That area, and it's only like 4 rooms that side, 99 grains per pound. We immediately sent.
what?
Huh?
Grains per pound of what?
Moisture. Yeah, so basically, GPP stands for grains per pound. It's in a pound of air, how many grains of moisture, okay? So that's that's the available water that's in a pound, and that's the easiest way to do it. Because to do relative humidity, you gotta have temperature and grains to do both, right? And with that big a temperature difference, you can't do it just on relative. You'll run yourself crazy in one building trying to figure that piece out. So guess what? The HVAC system something's happened to it between last night at 9:30 and this morning. But for example, we text Mr. Hook, and they've already have a maintenance guy out there. That's the type of reaction you gotta have when it comes to stuff like this. To answer your question, HVAC system, there's another school system that's very close to here, that's a lot larger than this. They went through the same thing. They used to cut it off, they used to turn them off, and for years, my team spent weeks there in July and the 1st of August. They changed their process 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe 6 years ago. I think I've been there twice in 6 years. And what they done is they changed their entire energy load procedure. They don't turn it off. And do they raise the temperature? Yes. But all their systems, they spent millions. They have them tested, balanced, but they raise them at night. Instead of, 72 degrees, it may be 84 degrees, but they still have that dehumidification when it comes on, just like your house. And on the weekends, and through the summer, they leave it on the whole time.
But you gotta keep it below 86, I believe, is that right?
Yes, yeah, so if you do it based on that, that's correct. Because of the volume of air, moisture that's available in that air, yes.
I know that when my wife was teaching and Dr. Butler is a teacher, and I'm not saying that Dr. Butler did, I know my wife did, would report something typically to the principal, and it just died. You still had buckets in the hallway, you still had whatever. So would you recommend to Dr. Butler as a superintendent that the procedure change and that reports be sent straight up, and the reports from the health department, for example, and I see our health director here as well, be immediately sent to Dr. Butler as superintendent? Yeah, Dr. Butler's a good guy. He's really trying to make changes.
He's
But
he's
without
adamant, just gets
information-
corrected.
Yeah, without information, he's very, very handicapped.
Oh, yeah.
And the maintenance people check the schools on they've got the entire summer. We should not have known about this problem 12, 15 days before the opening of school. So would you make recommendations also?
If it was me making a recommendation in the current situation that y'all are in, the thing of it is knowledge is power. There's some very large school districts, Wake County school districts, okay? They have over 320 some maintenance personnel, okay? That's a big force. We still do all their stuff under contract for the last 3.5, 4 years, okay? But they have their own indoor environmental personnel because they have so many. They have 206 schools. But they have a personnel that literally takes air samples randomly throughout the year. And then they randomly do it. And if they have a call, it's addressed pretty quickly. Like, mobile classrooms are always, great idea, bad design, okay? Bad design. But they have a few left. They'll get a call. The next day, she's out there testing it. If there's an issue, I'm out there the same day or the next morning and we're remediating. That's how quick they act, okay? Because it can spread, right? But it's the same way as other counties in the state that have faced it. They have employed a outside IEP firm and they have it done twice a year. They'll get a baseline and then they'll come in and test, okay, all these are good. Test, all these are good. And if they, unfortunately, some of the people don't like their results because if it's wrong, they'll tell you it's wrong. And you gotta fix it. Same way, if the health department finds something that's, just like me, if I go to a restaurant and I see a rating that's 65 degrees, the chance of me 65 grade, I probably won't eat there. I probably won't. Matter of fact, I know I won't. So, you see what I'm saying? So we've got to take that in account, and what they see, I agree, and like I said, I'm just speaking from my professional opinion. I think that them reports should go directly to Dr. Butler's office. That's just mine. Because I'd want to know what's going on, right? And he can't address something that he doesn't know. But I can tell you, throughout the last, I don't know, what are we in, day 8 now? He hadn't wavered. He wants them fixed, and he wants them clean. And I can tell you, I think if y'all saw it, it would open your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be glad, and look, it's not in my building, so, and actually, but if y'all wanted to, and I've done this in 6 other counties, 6 other counties, where I took the commissioners on a tour, I'll be glad to do it. And I've got some schools that are done. But I want you to see the aftermath, what they're left with. Okay? There's desks and dumpsters. So, there's chalkboards gone. There's nothing,
Sometimes it's a lot cheaper to replace it
Oh, absolutely.
than it
Oh,
is time-wise.
oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt. My point is when they go back to school on the 11th, they're gonna go in there and they need to be in school. I've got kids in public schools. I mean, I graduated from North Carolina public schools, right? That's probably why I talk like I do. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, when they go back, it's gonna look different. They're gonna go in a classroom and there's nothing on the wall. They're gonna walk down the hall and there's nothing up there. I mean, they're gonna go in the kindergarten rooms and some of the sink cabinets, there's nothing there. I mean, so it ain't just the cost of what you've got to pay for the remediation. The cost afterwards is going to be a lot more than what you pay for the remediation or what the school board pays, okay? Because we're going to make sure they're safe. And luckily, we have a job we do, but we have somebody that audits everything we does that the school board hired. So, you know, they're telling us, like this morning, we just received some different direction. Well, that direction is that every single chalkboard, all of that has to go. And it's in the stand, you know, they're saying, because we have to go by the prescription they write, which that part's not that bad, okay? There's going to be some asbestos costs that you're going to incur, or the school board's going to incur. In the state of North Carolina, everything has to be tested, okay? If it comes back positive, the great thing is that you can get an emergency permit the same day, okay? So it can be contained, moved, cleared, all of that stuff, okay? So there's some asbestos costs. So the numbers that you see today will be increasing at a rapid clip. And what I want to explain about that rapid clip. So when we originally wrote a ROM on a building, we wrote it with no reports, no prescriptions, nothing. I wrote it based on historical data, what we've done in most other schools, okay? So we write it, and we've done that. So now when you get these reports and it shows, okay, that it has chitomium, has stachybotrys, okay, toxic mold, okay, they can't be remediated, they have to be removed, okay? So that there's containments have to be built, negative pressure units have to be set, all of that, full PPE, meaning full closure, respirator, all of that stuff, all cut out, all removed, cleaned, dried. While the containment's still up, it may be 2 days later, their industrial hygienist has to come in, inspect it, air test it, and when it comes back approved, then we can take all of that down. None of that was quoted in the front because nobody knew, right? So you started with that. How many schools is that gonna happen in? Right now, you're probably looking at least 16 that's gonna happen in, okay? Now, it doesn't mean that every room's like that, but you may have 4 or 5 rooms in this school, you may have 8 or 12 rooms in this school, you may have a wing in one school, so some are worse than others. And a lot of it, I know I'm gonna answer the question before it comes. A lot of these rooms are a result of the roof leaks for years that were never addressed. And it's the waters that come, and it comes down in the cavity of the wall, okay? But this goes back, I mean, look, the cat's out of the bag. I mean, you just gotta, as my grandma would say, tell it like it is.
Amen.
So, the cabinets are rotting in the back. You can't tell it from the front. When you pull them out, I mean, the bottoms are gone. I mean, there's no choice here. At least on my side, there's no choice because I have to do it under the standard of care and they have to be cleared by IEP. So I have no choice. So Dr. Butler talked about this weekend. There's a lot of costs that went up this weekend, and I'll tell you where it comes from. A lot of the cost was, we started out, we have some schools, we in my industry or in my company, we consider them full remediation. That means you send me, you say, okay, clean the whole school. That's a full remediation. We clean the whole school. I want you to do the cafeteria and the 200 wing. And the reason why, there's 2 reasons to do that. Because when the industrial hygienist was there, guess what? That's the only 2 places they saw. Was in the cafeteria and the 200 wing. So when my team goes in and they're doing the cafeteria and the 200 wing is contained off to them areas, we climate control them areas. You know, they have HEPA air scrubbers in them areas. All of that stuff's remediated. So we have a QC team in my company that goes through, and we quality control before we order a post remediation verification. We send an email to that IH firm, they schedule it, they show up, we have to have somebody there all day, which is no problem. So my team's going through, well, guess what? It's in the media center. It's in the 400 hall. It's in the 300 hall. And the thing of it is, we go back and look, so the industrial hygienist, for example, was there last Tuesday or Wednesday, right? They took air samples and that type of stuff. We didn't get the report until Friday, right? So Greg says, okay, we gotta do, because, we gotta do the cafeteria and the 200 hall. He sends it out, hey, Ben, well, you gotta do this now. We go out there, we start doing it, we find it in the rest of school.
Greg, you mean
Mr. Hook, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, so Mr. Hook sends us, we go out and do it. But now we found it. The second thing we found this weekend is areas that we were sending for PRVs that were finished, because this army of industrial hygienists are here, right? Areas that we already finished, there's other parts of the school that are covered in mold now. And so what happens is, and I'll answer this before it comes up. How can that happen? Mold doesn't stop growing when the industrial hygienist leaves the school, okay? They inspect it, and on an industrial hygienist report, it's only valid for the date and time they were there. So mold doesn't stop. So if the root system's already there and they look and say, okay, this area's clean, it's clean when they see it. But when you go back 4 days later in an area, it could be covered in penicillin aspergillus, surface mold. Now you don't have any of the toxic stuff, it's just surface mold, right? But it's on the desks, it's on the tops, on the bottoms, on the chairs, on the doors and all of that. And that comes from humidity. That comes from the HVAC systems not balanced and not working properly. I have a very good suspicion that some of these schools, the fresh air intakes hung wide open. And unfortunately, at 100 degrees or 90 degrees and the humidity we're in right now, it's like pouring in steam out of your shower right into the building. The system's not set up to maintain that. So that's the reason why you're going to have temporary climate control until you can get HVAC contractors. And look, there ain't a lot of companies come in and can look at 31 schools at one time. It takes a while, right? So you've got to have climate control to keep it so you don't have this problem while everything can be addressed. So that's the biggest thing. So to answer your question, it's action. I think it's what you're seeing right now. But two, there's some stuff that I say Dr. Butler can't do. He can't get up there and fix the roof, and he can't get up there and fix the HVAC. But that's the biggest thing. And if not, the amount of money you spend now, you're gonna turn around and do it in a couple months, or a couple weeks, or next year.
How soon do you think you'll have us in a condition that we can safely send our teachers and students back into school?
Monday morning, they can go back.
This coming Monday?
Oh, yes, sir. So what's happened is, so we cleaned, so far, out of all the schools, we received either a brief summary, which is very tough on our side. That means, Mr. Paisley, Chairman Paisley, there's some mold in the cafeteria and some in the 200 window, nothing else. So 16 of the schools, that's all the information we got. And that's not good. 16 of the schools, we get a full report. It says, hey, here's where all the temperatures were, here's where all the humidity was in every building, here's where we sampled everything, this is how you do it. Oh, by the way, recommendations, protocol. You've got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. We received that on 16 schools, okay? So what's happening is we're having to do double work sometimes on half of these schools because we don't have the information. We don't, and Mr. Hook's team doesn't have the information either, okay? So that's one of it. So, but there's an army here, so a lot of these schools were were clean, right? What's happening is that was our plan, to get them all clean, okay? Now, we've added some, the last 2 days, we've added 7, and the reason why is they just got the reports. I mean, the school system, I mean, they didn't know until you get the reports, right? So that's fine, but all these other schools we already started already clean. So the IEPs are in the schools right now. I mean, they started at 7 o'clock this morning. I think there's 12 or 15 of them, okay? And so what they're doing is these schools that we had this brief summary, that we didn't have no action plans, they're writing action plans. So now guess what we gotta do? We gotta go back and do all that, which is fine. We have the people here, so that's not an issue. So our goal is, the almost 500-600 HVAC duct cleaning and crews here, that they'll be done. I have a commitment from them. I have 2 crews here working 24 hours a day, working 2 shifts, okay? Got all these HVAC systems that has been identified so far, and I will tell you it's only a few, okay? Will all be done by Friday morning because they have to be clearance tested as well, the buildings, okay? So we have some that we've already finished with the protocol. They're in this morning, they're gonna clear them, and they're gonna come back and clear it again after the HVAC cleaning. And you may say, well, why you do it twice? Well, here's why you do it twice. It's because now I can delineate whether it was my team that didn't clean it well or if the HVAC guys messed it up, made it dirty. And if the HVAC guys messed it up, they're gonna turn around and re-clean it again, right? So this is all happening in a pretty rapid pace. So Monday, Alamance Belton schools should go back to school. We'll be done. The board 24 hours a day through the rest of this week. We've done it before.
Mr. Carter, questions? I'm sorry. Turner.
I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking.
Mr. Carter. See, I was right the first time.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I mean, it's,
yeah,
kind of overwhelming.
Ms. Thompson.
I was saying last week, this was our Katrina, and it certainly is, and sometimes things just have to really hit the fan before things are really looked at. And I am just so thankful that Sasser and Builder Services have done the job they've done. It's just been our own personal miracle. And the one thing I said last week was about the mold goes to the HVACs, goes to the roofs. As a former board member on the school system, I know about roofs, and we need to fix what we need to fix so this does not continue. And because every kid deserves the right kind of school for them. I know it's expensive. I know it ticks a lot of people off. But right now the goal is to get everything we need done to our public school system that will make it right. And we don't have to be back at this situation again, because we are not the only school system that has ever had this happen to them. And sometimes you don't even hear about those school systems. And Alamance County has put it out there for everybody to know, and everybody's got their opinion about it because they should. Parents, teachers, board members, everybody. So this commission board is going to have to look at what we're going to do about roofs, because we are always talking about capital and maintenance. So that's what we have, and we've got to figure out how to do this. And I don't know, I kind of liked having us all at the same table last week. Whenever we were kind of like a family getting mad at each other, and we reconciled, and then we was okay when we left. This is typical, because when things like this are so serious, they're emotional, and you just have to kind of find your way through it and get stuff out of the way. So I think total upfrontness and communication, not tag and things like that. We're all about the same thing here, and we cannot forget that, because we just saw about taxes. With these big box stores, we got a lot of work to do in our county. And sometimes, if it's in the dark, it thrives. When it comes out in the light, you can really face it and take care of it. And you might not like it, because, like I said, I heard that, it's my fault, even when it's not. And that's how you have to look at this, because we're all in the same boat with it, and nothing matters but our children and the teachers that teach them. And a lot of things are said, that's emotion, and it's just what it is. I tell you, I understand that.
But I'm just glad you're here to give us a different perspective of reality. And sometimes we all need a dose of it. So I appreciate it. I feel like you're in my family now because I've seen you so much.
Well, I appreciate it. I will tell you that there can be a silver lining. One of the counties I can look to actually got some funding, okay? And they're actually well looked upon as Granville County. They went through this about 5 years ago, and they were the only school system in the state that didn't open on time, okay? We did all of that. Well, guess what? They worked out some deal, and I don't know y'all, but they done a study, elementary schools that had a certain process versus elementary schools that didn't, what the absentee rate was, and they have all of this data. And so now school systems from all over the country are trying to model what they've done. And it was the absentee rates, because they have a cleaning process the way they do it. So their schools that just done their normal stuff still had the same higher absentee rate versus the schools that they trained the staff how to clean it. The absentee rates went way down. I mean, they've done a lot of stuff like that over the years, but Dr. McLean was there, and Dr. Winborn and them, and like I said, they went through the same thing. But I can tell you, I've done probably 2 projects for them in 4 or 5 years, but they went through what y'all are going through right now. So what happened last week? It's kind of an old saying, I seen that picture and I know how it ends.
Yeah.
I seen it in Onslow County. I seen it in Pender County. I've seen the whole joint meeting. I've seen both sides.
And the thing of it is we got to do things different.
But I would make one recommendation. You're talking about roofs and stuff. Roofs are not immediate. Immediate need right now is these HVAC systems. That is the immediate thing that whoever pays for it, that's not my opinion. I'm just telling you, the HVAC systems right now, starting like now, need to be addressed, because it's going to take months to fix this, okay?
Yeah.
Months. So I wanted to give just kind of a update on some costs. I wasn't there on Friday. I watched it online the best I could. I tried to watch Wednesday, but that's kind of hard, sitting in a Tahoe at a surgery center waiting for a patient, but back and forth. But anyway, so these schools, so I'm going to do them in 2 ways. We're going to go with schools that were already, everybody knew about the original ROM. There was $1.27 million worth of ROM added this weekend, okay? So, and what these ROMs reflect are additional areas that either the IEP found, or we received the reports from the IEP that stated what exactly had to be done, what areas must be removed, that type of thing, okay? So, Alexander Wilson, ROM went up $75,000. Okay. E.M. Hope, ROM went up $170,000. Highland Elementary, ROM went up $520,000. Southern Alamance High School, ROM went up $120,000. Southern Middle School, ROM went up $120,000. Selvin Elementary School, ROM went up $265,000.
Repeat that, please. 265?
Yes, sir. Sylvan Elementary School.
265?
Yes, sir. So, for example, we're wondering where does these come from? Okay, Sylvan Elementary School is a toxic school. Nobody knew that until we got the report back Friday night, or we received it Saturday morning. It's a toxic school. Okay, things got to be done totally different. Southern Alamance High School, toxic school. We just received them reports.
Well,
Okay.
excuse me, was that in the old part, or is that the added on all the bond money that they used to make new classrooms and stuff?
Honestly,
Would
I
you
don't.
know?
I don't have that, but I can get you that
That's
answer.
okay, that's
Or
fine.
I can get that answer for you. Exactly where it was at. Okay. Highland Elementary, the IEP director said that every wet ceiling tile, that school's got some leaks. That they would not clear it for meaning that it air tested and cleared to their standard unless we replaced every wet and damaged ceiling tile in that building. There's a ton.
How old is that school?
I don't have the dates. Highland Elementary.
2000?
23 years old.
Really? Is that right? That was Garrett, I guess, 2000?
They're the newest rounds that
Newest.
we built. That's Smith and Highland and Garrett,
I was shocked that we would have roof issues at the newest school.
because they're metal.
Yeah, I wouldn't be, Commissioner Tom, I wouldn't be shocked. There's a lot of schools that are 10 years old that do. But the amount that's on this,
Because I think we got a 20-year roof. I mean, most people are putting 20-year roofs on.
yeah, but I don't know if, yeah. Oh, I'm with you. Yeah, if it's metal, if it's been lifted, water intrusion. But here's the thing, I want everybody to understand. These ROMs are written, these are not lump sum numbers, okay? And so, I explained it last Monday, and I hope, if not, I'll be glad to re-explain it, how a ROM works, a rough order of magnitude, okay?
Let me
So,
slow you down there. There may be warranty issues and coverage, and we'll ask you guys to get back, particularly with Highland.
My staff is looking into that already.
Thank you.
so there's some additional, money that was, this weekend was, Alamance, Eastern Alamance High School, HVAC. This has a toxic air samples in it, 363,000. East Lawn Elementary, 170,000. These are for HVAC complete sink, duct and HVAC cleans. Graham High School, 360,000. Hall River Elementary, 180,000. Woodlawn Middle School, 255,000. That was what occurred from the reports, the IH reports that we received Friday night and Saturday.
I got them all. What did you say before East Lawn? I think it was the very first one, maybe. Eastern High School. And what was that amount?
363,000.
Thanks.
For Eastern High School?
For all of them. 1.27 million.
Correct. There's two more schools to be added to this list that we will have the ROM when I get out of here. They went and done it. Is Ray Street and, hold on, got it. North Grant. Both of them are toxic air samples. So the IH states they have to be cleaned. I will tell you, there's two more schools that will have additional, I say additional, that haven't had ROMs yet, that we just received reports yesterday, or, I'll rephrase that. They have very small, minor, so Woodlawn Elementary, Woodlawn Middle School has a basement that has to be remediated. It's a small basement, they can use it for storage, but it's contaminated. But they have a cafeteria in one wing, so it's nothing huge there. And then I'm gonna actually walk Seller's Gun with Mr. Hook to come up with a plan how we can do part of it for the school and the rest of it can be done after hours or when nobody's there. It's my understanding it's a warehouse part and all of that, and it needs to be remediated, but we don't have to remediate that to get the kids back into school. We can wall it off and
You
do all
get
of
the
that.
stuff out of that building to take into the school buildings, right? So.
No, I hope not. Well, if anything comes out, it has to be cleaned and remediated before it goes in. Yeah, you can't take one out of the other.
And you mentioned something to me this morning too, as we were coming in.
Yes, sir.
What are we getting ready to face?
Hurricane. I don't know if anybody's seen the update, but we're in the same boat. I swear I feel like when I come to see y'all, I like coming to see y'all, but not under these circumstances. But there's two storms and they're predicting both of them over 70% chance of hitting the Carolinas. And I didn't, to be honest, I felt kind of bad because I didn't even know that. Somebody called me. I was telling Mr. Carter, I'm like, I'm just a receiver of bad news. So I know, look, I'm a taxpayer. I'm a father. The amount of money y'all pay for this remediation is gonna pale in comparison to what you're going to have to pay to fix these buildings. I'm just gonna tell you. So, any other questions, I'll be glad to answer, but I don't want y'all to think that this is the grand slam that you're gonna pay for. Let me tell you, this is a bump that you're paying for to get them remediated. The amount that it's gonna take to pay to get them where they need to be is gonna be a very large amount.
And time.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bass. I have questions for,
Yes, sir.
For the
Okay.
yes, school staff. I'm trying to create a structure in my head to how to go through this. 1995, I went down to flight school in Pensacola, and we learned how to do air-to-air intercepts. And the goal was, depending on what you were trying to do, but if you were trying to ID somebody, the goal would be to arrive at another aircraft 6 at 1.5 miles. And so you'd set up your intercept based upon your speed and their speed and how fast you were going, and the angles that you wanted to arrive. And you think you'd have everything suitcased, everything was fine, and something would happen, and your plan would just completely go to pot. And you wouldn't end up 1.5 miles behind somebody. The person would get by you, and you messed up your intercept, and it was training, so that was fine. I feel like over the past week, we have been managing the information that we have in order to end up 1.5 miles where we're supposed to be behind the bogey. I feel like things have changed to the point where the plans that we were assuming could get us there are not, contained assumptions that no longer are valid. And part of my frustration about the process that's gotten here is that it's been a lot of amorphous information and changing information about what the problem is, where the problem exists, what the process should be to fix it, and the funding. It's come in, and I think into just a data stream that's been difficult to manage. What I think we've tried to do is to say, what is the scope and severity of the problem at each school? How do you tackle that scope and severity specifically at each school? And I think what I need in order to wrap my head around the current situation is a very specific list of every school, of what we have allocated so far. Let's just take Williams High School. I'm just taking it. Because that's been an evolving situation. Let's use that as an example for the whole district. So Williams High School, we initially allocated a certain amount of funds for the problem that we understood at Williams High School. Later in the week, we allocated additional funds from an additional source because we had the toxigenic mold, and we had to add the HVAC remediation, which was the extra measures Mr. Bass was talking about. I think we need that level of detail for each school.
Okay.
What existed on Monday? What did we fund through the week? What exists now? How is that different? What additional funding are you recommending based upon those for every single school? Some funding we've allocated was not specific. It was a bucket. What are the true numbers? What's left over in terms of, is there a refund from that allocation to be put somewhere else? Is it not? And I think we need a get well meeting. I don't think we can do that today. I think we need a get well meeting to understand where are we. And I would like information about what's been done at each school, what's not been done at each school, what needs to be redone, if something needs to be redone, and why. Is it because of the cleaning of the HVAC? Is it because Mr. Bass's folks need to go back because their efforts fell short? I think we need to know that level of detail in order to be able to legitimately to do our fiduciary duty to the county.
I totally agree.
This is what we need.
In terms of airplanes, we're flying this one as we're building it. Of course, things are flying at us. We do have a list that we've made for our own benefit to keep up with this. but we can add some columns about the amount of money and where that money came from. That would be helpful for us too. That's our goal today when we leave here. I do agree that Mr. Bass is correct. This will get us back in school. But based on what the conversations we've had about the severity of some of these schools, there's a bigger challenge ahead of us. So I think what you're trying to get to is how do we fix this moving forward?
Well, for me, there are two issues. I mean, all last week, my focus, scope and severity,
Right.
severity in school to remedy that so that kids can get back into safe schools as quickly as possible, and that has been my sole focus. The second phase, I think, is prevention,
Right.
which we do need to have start laying the groundwork for a plan for that. But again, we need to know the scope and severity of that. I mean, I think we just need specifics.
Totally agree. I think today you're right. What can we accomplish today to make sure every school can go back on September 11th? And that's why I wanted Ben to be here, because he's the only one that has that information specifically as of today, because, again, things are flying left and right. And some of these reports just came in last night or this morning.
So I think we need to get WellPoint. We need to get all this information, gather it, lay it out so everybody can see it, and then move forward. We need to look at our revenue sources.
Mhm.
I mean, there's some additional revenue sources that we can talk about. I think we need to understand the ESSER funds as well. I mean, if we're talking about a large undertaking here, I think we need to understand those ESSER funds. We need to understand what application has been made and the justification for the application that the school system made for that funds to be able to understand exactly what's available. I think we put all of that together, all of the potential funding sources, and we can come up with a plan. I just think in the next, I don't know, day or two, we need to have a get well point to understand all of this information. That's my goal, because it's a bit tough to manage the data at this moment.
Agreed.
Mr. Carter,
Well,
were you through?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have to commend you on a very eloquent presentation there. And you covered a lot of bases, same ones that were, I think, in all of our minds. I have to admit, my first primary goal was to get the young people back in school, the teachers back in school, in a clean environment as well. To that vein, I think we've tried to accomplish that. It really bothers me that we're gonna be looking at a lot more money, a lot more. What we've just learned this morning about replacing equipment, I doubt that you have a bunch of that sitting in a warehouse someplace. So.
We do not.
There's a lot more on the table that we're gonna be looking at. We get criticism from both sides. We have people who tell us, get the schools open, get them safe. We have people who say, don't spend any more money on the schools. Well, you can't do both. I mean, we sit in here and try to find a middle ground, trying to find a place to make things work. We've got to try and find a way to make it work for our citizens, for our students, for our teachers. We can't let schools be closed. We don't have enough classroom space as we are. So we've got to find an answer. I think a follow-up meeting is a good idea. Thursday might work well. I don't know. I don't know if you can have the information available. I know your team will still be here, Mr. Bass, at that point in time, so we can get some of the rest of the information. I'm okay with a joint meeting again, like we've done in the past. I don't know how the rest of you feel about that. I thought that finally came to some fruitful discussions on Friday. It's a lot right now to try to digest.
Ms. Thompson?
Well, not to make light, I went straight to Top Gun Maverick when you said bogey. You go, Craig. I just, whatever, it's just one of those things where we just have to suck it up and do the right thing, whatever that is, because we're supposed to. And I appreciate you, Dane, and I appreciate your staff. I appreciate everybody that's really come to the table to work through this, because this is overwhelming. But we're going to get through this because we can, and we're going to work together. And that's the big thing about it. And that's really all that matters. Whatever we gotta do, because, you don't operate businesses like this, and we're not gonna have school like this. We just can't. I dare say none of us would want to sit in our living room with the water pouring out of the ceiling, thinking, wow, isn't that something? We just gotta do better. And prevention, I said this last week, is so much cheaper than intervention, and I like the fact of having people on site that go behind us, because, when you got a skinny maintenance in number team, it's hard to take care of 38 sites. Kind of like the detention officers in the jail. It's just, it doesn't turn out safe. We got to have the numbers to really go in after something, and to train people to do all that. So, yeah, Bogey.
Mr. Lashley.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the question that I have is, I have a question for Mr. Betts. Last week in the meeting, in the joint meeting, we heard several things concerning air quality samples.
Yes.
And it seemed to be that every time this subject came up, we were always given a timeline of 1 to 2 weeks for the air quality samples to come in. Is that wrong?
Yes, sir, that is wrong.
What is the air quality samples? How long does something like that take?
Are you talking on a normal time or on this project?
Well, I'm talking about this project, and I just lay it out for you. I spoke to several industrial hygienists, and they walked me through the process.
Yeah.
And the way I understood it is that you remediate, and then you come in and you take air samples throughout the building. And those air samples, I was told by the hygienists, are pretty much quick. They're much quicker than a week. And that's the reason I wanted to focus in on that, because I just wanted to make sure that.
So let me explain, there's 3 parts to what you asked.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the pre-test, which is done, so the pre-test, they're done surface tests and air samples throughout the school, okay? Them random tests are then taken to a lab. Yes, it takes a lot longer to read pre-test than they do clearance tests, and the reason why is there's a lot more to read. There's a lot more matter, there's a lot more spores, there's a lot more everything to read, right? An average analyst on pre-test per person can only read 30 slides per day, on average, okay? So they're not just reading Alamance County Schools, they're reading everybody's, and there's not that many labs, right? So on this project, taking 2 days, 3 days, and the lab people don't work like, we do 24/7. So they take Friday afternoon off, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So 2 days, right? Clearance test, the way that this firm has it set up, we're receiving clearance data back from them in 12 hours. Okay? So, oh yeah, so if you're asking how it would happen up front, I'll be glad to explain that if it ever was to happen again.
Well, Mike, I was only trying to focus in
Yeah.
on that. We both agreed that 1 to 2 weeks is probably
That's
way
not
too
true.
much.
Yeah,
It's
that's not,
gonna
yeah.
work.
Yeah, they can be overnight and you get them the next morning, or like here now, this IEP now, we get them in 12 hours. So literally, whatever they took this morning, we may have the answers this afternoon or at the latest by 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So the clearance stuff will be, so that's the reason why they actually can clear up Saturday and Sunday, and they have answers the same day. So that way, the AVSS will have a clearance report from their IEP on every school. And as soon as my company gets a clearance, we have the climate control part still in place, so it doesn't go back. But we give the school back to, they get the staff back in there and do whatever they need to do to get prepared for the kids. So it's not like we hold them to the end and say, here's all of them at one time. If we have 6 to pass today, they're gonna get them back tomorrow.
Okay.
If we have 8 to pass tomorrow, they're gonna get them back, there'll be 14, that's how it works each day.
Right.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure that the
No,
air
you're right.
quality samples takes less time, and I think if I saw this a week, there's probably no way you could get them back in school the following Monday.
no.
So I thought
And-
maybe that the air quality.
Yeah, so a normal pre-test, analyst reads usually 30 in a day. Clearance test, they can read 55 to 70 in a day. Because it doesn't, the slides look like this versus, they don't have as much because the air is clean.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Not right now.
Dr. Bauer. I'm not sure whether we can wait until our next meeting, 2 weeks, whether we need to meet again. I do not want to meet back at ABSS. My wife and I both had runny noses and whatever Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons, meeting in your facility.
That building's not been tested yet.
Okay.
Soon.
So I'd request that our next meetings be here, not there.
Okay.
One. But two, how quickly, we've got to have a change in what ABSS has been doing for years. How soon can you come back to us with recommendations and assurances that those changes will be made, such as, you know, I know Haw River Elementary is a great example. We funded that same roof project and removal of the brick fascia and mold remediation and replacement 2015, when I was on the board, that 1 year. I'm told 2017, I don't know that to be factual. I think again in 2021, we have monies going to the school system or designated for specific projects and it not happening. Can we, one, get your list of what has to happen? Two, how are you gonna change your maintenance, your inspections, your whatever? And three, assurances that if we give you the money, that it's gonna happen.
I think that's very fair request. I would like to mention my opinion.
How soon can we get that information?
We'll start working on that immediately. I want to go back to the air being off in the summer. I do remember when I was here in previous roles, I think it was 2008, that the school board at that time did approve that as an energy efficient plan to cut off the air in the summers to save money. Well, obviously that was a pretty bad idea. I mean, let's face it. Now, when I returned last summer, and visited some rooms, I didn't realize that, but now I do, so we won't do it again.
We commissioners don't make those decisions.
I'm owning, Mr. Paisley, I'm owning the fact that ABSS made a bad decision in 2008. That shouldn't have happened. I wasn't paying attention like I am now because I was a superintendent. But I do remember that, and I remember last summer when I first got back here, the schools I went into, I did not notice the climate being any different. Mr. Hook has informed me that not every school had that situation, that scenario, but one is too many. So since July 1, 2023, the air and heat or whatever is going to be running. I agree with you guys, that was not a good call.
Yeah, let me apologize. I did not mean to, I'm not trying to, but we're getting tons of emails, tons of calls. I mean, voicemails you would not believe about the county commissioners closed the schools. And obviously, we don't have anything to do with that. And you guys have total responsibility, and thank goodness you do, and thank goodness we don't. But I think the general public needs to understand that there's a clear line between county commissioner responsibilities and school board responsibilities, and too often, the lines are confused.
They blur. We get a lot of calls about, why don't you fix this? Well, that's capital. And lots of people don't understand how that works. So hopefully between the two of us, we'll educate as we move forward.
Thank you. How soon can we come back with answers to those issues?
Well, as Mr. Turner said, and like Mr. Carter too, today, my hope was whatever amount that Mr. Bass needs to get this done, you guys can discuss that. And then whenever we have the next meeting, we'll do our best to bring something to the group, the joint meeting, to talk about what we think the future looks like with accountability.
I think we had, when we left the meeting Friday, I believe we had provided about $750,000 in excess funding through the penny plan.
And my staff have been working on the numbers, trying to figure out exactly what is needed since Friday. And Mr. Bass's number that he released earlier, we have not had time to talk about that prior to this meeting. I believe you said 1.275.
That was just an increase.
That was an increase. So you want to speak about what is left? 'Cause that's my priority right now.
So just the increase was the HVAC and the ROM increases from the weekend. Which was, actually there were some schools added from the weekend too, because of the report. And if y'all want them, I'll be glad to give you them.
Shoot.
So AO Elementary, 155,000. That's a partial remediation. EM Yoda, 27,000, partial remediation. Graham Middle School, 560,000. Grove Park Elementary, 360,000. All this was happened. This is 9/2/93, so this was after. Highland Middle School started out as $15,000. Okay, so just that was 9/2, and then it had the large ROM that was added to it. Hillcrest Elementary, 565,000. North Graham Elementary, 350,000. Pleasant Grove Elementary, 185,000. Ray Street Academy, 225,000. Smith Elementary, 300,000. Southern Alamance High School started out at 92 and then it had a ROM increase of 120. So just so the numbers I just gave you was the original ROM, but all of that happened, transpired Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And your reason why is these reports were just provided. They just got them. So that's where that come from. And unfortunately, like I said in the beginning, we only received reports on 16 schools. The other 16 schools had very brief summaries, a sentence or two, versus a full protocol report. So there's a lot more that has to be done to figure out what's wrong. You have to get an IEP to go back out there to write it and do everything to get that information.
Dr. Butler, can you be ready in 2 weeks
2 weeks.
to meet back and discuss more funding
In 2 weeks?
in 2 weeks?
I think that's very fair. Do that. Much better than 2 days.
Thank you.
And
That's
hoping
a
that
long
Miss,
time of damage that can continue to happen. Don't we need to meet sooner than 2 weeks?
well, I'm assuming you mean 2 weeks to talk about a long-term plan.
Exactly.
I think it's going to take us a little time to get there. What I want, or need, I guess, is assurance that Mr. Bass can move forward with the schools he just mentioned, and that means money from you guys. We don't have it.
But
And
we don't have numbers yet,
Well,
our numbers.
he just gave you the numbers.
They keep moving daily.
Okay.
They just moved again. We need hard numbers to move.
1.275 million. That's what, as of right now, you need, builder services need.
So you have two different things. You have what's happened on
Grand total, like.
Oh, okay. So HVAC's 2,027,750. The ROM increase was 1,270,000. And the amounts, the schools that were done Saturday, Sunday, Monday, rough math, because I don't, Mr. Commissioner Lashley probably has it already figured out. But the ROMs I just give for 155, 27, 560, 360, 15, 565, 350, 185, 225, 300, 92, 4.
Do you have a total?
2,834,000.
I knew he would have it.
Thank you.
834,000 for the new, the ones you just gave us from 9.2 to 9.4.
Yes, sir, and that's just the original ROM, and then you have the increase of 1 million, because them increase was from other schools, and then you have HVAC cleaning, and there's 2 more schools which are smaller, Ray Street and North Graham.
Board, I think we have 2 or 3 choices. One, it is basically 1 o'clock. We can re-adjourn later today, or we can postpone for 2 weeks, we can postpone for 1 week, we can postpone for another period of time. What is this board's preference?
I think we need to take a recess and reconvene.
Yeah, we don't need to postpone.
I'm happy to take a recess and reconvene today. Let me tell you this, and this is my frustration. I have dug into these numbers. I have dug into the allocations for each school. I am completely lost as I sit here right now about the scope and the severity of the mold remediation issues required for each school that we've talked about. I'm lost. And I've studied this probably more than more than most people in the county. I need a spreadsheet. I need to see what we just talked about before. I'm happy to reconvene today, but I've got to see that in order to understand where we are, and I just don't understand where we are right now.
And how we got there.
And I may be a Presbyterian, but I'm gonna say amen, brother, anyhow.
I'm in the Baptist territory here, brother.
I'm not sure how long it's gonna take Mr. Hook, or Mr. Butler, or Miss Evans to come up with actual numbers. And the numbers, again, keep moving. Staff, any suggestion?
I would definitely like to review the numbers before we were to reconvene, because several of the numbers that Mr. Bass gave us were projects that had been approved at the Friday's meeting. When we were talking through the other, I believe it was the 6 schools, I did agree with his $1.2 million. However, when we get into HVAC numbers, that was an additional 1.3. So I think we definitely need to have some conversations,
How much time do you need?
however long they need. Because I would need to get their figures and then just take a quick look.
Dr. Butler?
You have what I have right now because of this being a crisis. I've not had time to sit down and look at this. We've worked all weekend. Mr. Bass has been very responsive. The numbers he just gave you, I believe Mr. Rogers was writing some things down, as well as probably Mr. Hook. We can confirm the numbers. My goal was the new projects that were not approved on Friday, so after Friday's meeting until now, the brand new schools that need remediation, either full or partial, plus the additional revisions to the ROMs already in place. Those two things are the monies that are needed for Mr. Bass Builder Services to finish out and get us in school on the 11th. I'm totally with you, Mr. Turner. We can go back to our spreadsheet, make another column, and add the things you're asking for, the amount of money that has been spent on each school. We can do that. That won't be a problem. That will be pretty quickly done, I think.
I think you need what's already been spent, what's being proposed to be spent, and what the new total looks like it's gonna be.
What time frame do you need to get it to our personnel, and then they need time to review it as well?
I need a day at least.
Okay.
I just think I can't, not that quickly.
You're not leaving, right?
No,
Okay.
I live here. I
I just wanna make sure you're not leaving.
Yeah, I mean, I live here in North, I live right down the road.
We could turn this into a night meeting. I mean,
Yeah.
6:30.
I can do my best.
I'll
do my best.
Well, we want to make sure we have time to get it right. This is all that's on the fly here. We will do whatever this board desires, and we'll try to make it work. It sounds like we have asked for a day, but if you need a night meeting tonight.
Well, I don't want to lose progress, but I won't.
Well, can I ask a quick question to Mr. Bass? I think I'm hearing you say you're going to keep moving regardless.
We're gonna keep moving.
Okay.
We're gonna work, I mean, if we have to work 24 hours a day, we're gonna keep working. We're not stopping, like, just to say, but, you know.
Do you think we can have the numbers on 6:30 tonight?
Mr. Carter, hang on a second.
He doesn't want to say it.
He don't, I can have.
I'll do it.
I think we're talking about a quick conversation of just totaling some numbers.
I know
I'm
you
not
folks
sure.
have our county staff has worked overtime last week, and I just want to make sure that you have as much time as you need. I didn't want to put any extra pressure on you, because I know you have other county business you have to take care of.
Yeah, I think it's totally unrealistic to say, we're back at 2 o'clock and here's the number. I think, one, you can't get us the information that quickly. Two, we can't review it that quickly. I'm thinking possibly, and I'm just picking something out of the air, 6:30 Wednesday night, possibly. That'll give you guys Tuesday and throughout the day Wednesday. But we've got to review it. You know, if you hand it to us at 5 o'clock on Wednesday, we're gonna postpone our meeting.
So you're proposing tomorrow night at 6:30?
No, Wednesday night. Well, it is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is Wednesday.
I'm thinking 2 days. I was trying to give you guys some time. Let's say
Today's not
even,
Monday.
Feels like it.
even Thursday, even Thursday at 6 o'clock.
We don't need,
So tomorrow would work for you? Like 24 hours, or you wanna do it tomorrow morning? Or you wanna do it this afternoon?
Basically, what I need to see is, here through the course of last week, when we were presented figures, here were initial costs. If those ROMs have increased, here's that additional increase, because Commissioner Turner is correct. At a couple of those meetings, additional funding was budgeted and approved. So we just need to get those costs and find out, here's the true additional that's needed at this time. So I really don't think it's a long, drawn-out process. It's just taking those base numbers, having that difference column, and then evaluating that figure to the amount of money that we know has been allocated.
Can everybody be ready at 6:30 tomorrow afternoon?
There were extra funds
Yeah.
within there.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I think it's a real quick conversation, whether that be direct with Children's Services or working through ABSS staff. We
So
can do it today.
my board chair is saying as soon as possible, but tomorrow.
I think they need the money.
I think 2 hours would be
I mean,
fine.
can you get lunch as well?
evening?
I'll take a 15-minute lunch.
Take as much time as you need.
Actually, yeah, that'd be great. I mean,
Ms. York said that she thought they could do it today. I don't know.
Do it today.
We can
Probably
do it. We can do it.
so we're just gonna take a long bathroom break to 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Does that sound good?
Does 3 o'clock work for
Does that give you
ABSS?
enough time, Susan?
That will give me plenty of time.
One of the problems I see in this, though, is we seem to have a constantly moving number. So where do we go if we get something today at 3 o'clock, where are we Friday?
I think we need to make some decisions about larger pots of money. We keep dancing around the ESSER issue, and I think we need to settle on pushing the use of those funds to give them a large chunk of money, so that we're not having this conversation on the daily.
so Commissioner Carter, that's a great question, and we face that a lot in my industry. And the best way I can explain it to you is you had a plane crash. You got 250 people on it. What do they need? You're a doctor, what do each one of them need? You gotta save their life before you can figure out what they got, okay? Because one right now may have a broken leg, but when you're working on him, guess what? You figure out he's got a heart attack, you gotta have quadruple bypass. So I will tell you right now, that number is gonna grow. I can tell you that. Can I stand here at this minute and tell you it'll grow by 10%, 12%? I can't tell you that, but I will tell you point blank, that number will grow. Save their life. So the number, so it's not like a normal construction job. You say, how much does it cost to hang that door? Well, I think it's gonna be X. That's what it costs. It doesn't work that way in this. And unfortunately, this is like going into the emergency room and they're trying to figure out what's wrong with you.
triage.
Yes, because the reporting that we got on half of these schools does not work. So now there's another IEP team in here telling us exactly, writing the exact prescription, okay? Because I don't believe that the fox should watch the hen house, and I don't think it's fair for me to go in and dictate what needs to be done, okay? So that's what's happening is now there's an IEP team that's writing out exactly what needs to be done on half these schools. That's the reason why the number's growing. Commissioner Turner, I absolutely agree with you, and that information you're requesting, I can work with them and get it out, and you may be able to get it at 3 o'clock today, because I have it.
Mr. Chair, the manager is correct, and Mr. Turner has asked about this, but I think we need to get some answers from the schools related to ESSER and where those funds have been committed, when they were committed, how they're committed, and if they're available to spend on the projects we're talking about now. Because the scope and the magnitude of the project has expanded so exponentially that those funds need to be in play if they're available.
I'm in total agreement. Can you have those ESSER funds, what you spent, where you spent it, and so forth, together at 3 o'clock?
Mr. Rogers will speak to that really quickly.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Of course, we've gotten several bits of information from DPI and from our state leaders as well. It appears we can work with our plan. It just really comes to the available funding that's available within that at certain ESSER pot. The majority, of course, we have a portion, I think, which was discussed before, the 20% that needs to be allocated for learning loss as required with using that ESSER money. The remaining, we have a small portion that's still available. I think it's around $1 million. The rest of that money is dedicated to the HVAC plan, which I know has been discussed at length. So that's there. Anything to make those changes, we would have to change the application or amend the application, which is available from what the state leaders have provided to us.
Can you have those ready at 3 o'clock?
Have the changes?
No, have the numbers.
Oh, the numbers. Well, it's $26 million for the HVAC plan. I provided that at previous meeting last
We
week.
need it
I think there was a
provided again at
gap.
3
with the-
o'clock.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need those provided again. And I want to know where those ERSA monies have gone. You had, what, $100 million?
Good.
It's
gonna take a lot of time.
Yeah.
Well, if we're just focusing on the application that they most recently submitted on the 18th, I think we could get a breakdown of what was applied, and then it's a discussion about what we could amend from that application to get some quick funding available to move forward.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's suggesting
No.
use of the $26 million that's already
No.
allocated towards HVAC. I think what we had seen on Monday was that there was a gap between $8 million or about between the total that still remains and that which is dedicated toward ESSER. And of that 8, I understand there's some different restrictions, but I think that is the pot that is
Yes.
even possible
So, yes.
as a potential source.
I think your 8 million number, though, includes that 20%
I think it does.
required.
Yes, I think it
And
does.
so that left us with about $1 million that we could fund or use different ways if need be. It was kind of, it was left, my understanding as part of the plan, as in case for that HVAC project because it was so large. But, I mean, obviously, we can look at that, and if
I'd be interested in seeing the application itself. We keep talking about it theoretically, but I'd like to see it, just a copy of the application that was submitted.
okay. I think that's public record, but yeah, absolutely.
Can you be ready at 3 o'clock?
I will do my best, sir.
We know where you are.
I'm not going anywhere.
We've been there before.
Since we've already taken 10 minutes of the 2 hours.
Yeah.
Can we do 3:30?
But we're gonna postpone that to our 3:30 adjournment, is that correct? Everybody agree?
I was wondering, I don't see but 1 or 2 people here, we might have a comment that addresses the comment that was being made earlier, do we want to go with that? So that they don't have to come back at 3:30 unless they want to?
Or they can pick it up online. I mean, it's.
Okay, that's kind of gonna be one of my board comments about people waiting for us to talk back to them. Because when they come here,
I agree.
they want the answer right then. That's just being respectful. And they have to wait here at night, and we can talk about that. But I think if there've been some comments, we need to answer them right now, because they're not here for all this other stuff. As far as all the stuff we're gonna have to do with get numbers and all that, they are in a sense, but they would like to have some answers or comments from us.
Yeah, we were having 4, 5, 6 hour meetings and we changed the procedure.
I know
That's
that,
why
but if
we
we
changed
have to have 10-hour meetings, that's what we ran for office to
One-
do.
One thing I'd say,
Thank you.
Thank you. That may deserve some comment before we break, is that I know Davenport representative is here. I don't know if he's prepared to stay later or not, but if he's here, to the extent we want to use him while he's here.
And I totally agree.
Really
Okay, do you want to come
important.
forward now? With Davenport.
So this is Mr. Ted Cole from Davenport who's joining us. We had asked for him to update the school debt affordability model, and we have sent you a copy of that. He could speak to, the impact of drawing down additional bond funds on our model.
And I think it's unfair to have you come back.
Well, I'm happy to stay if that would be a better timing for
Go
you
ahead
all.
and give us your
Susan
information.
has copies of the update to distribute. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan, this is August 30th draft on the cover.
I'm sorry. She's not, yes, she is.
John, did you do it? You know what I'm saying?
Sooner than later, but I'm okay.
But think about that.
We're talking about, do we need to order? Pam, do you have a preference?
I don't care.
What do you just decide?
Not to.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
all right, well, good afternoon. I'm Ted Cole with Davenport. So we had been working with staff over the last week or so to update specifically the ABSS capital model. Remember, there's a county capital model, a school, and a community college. What you have in front of you, which should be dated August 30th on the cover, it says draft, was the latest iteration of the update to the school capital funding plan, where we have worked with staff to bring it current for, although unaudited, final FY23 figures as it relates to where did sales tax actually come in, things like that. That, we project certain revenues in our model, and every year when the data is available, we update it. So this reflects the most current information we have for FY23 results and FY24 budget, the budget you all adopted fairly recently, and then projections going forward, which are consistent with what we've always projected. The long and short of it is the remaining ABSS bonds that are authorized by the voters but yet to be issued, of about $19.5 million. You all could issue that debt. This particular analysis assumed that it would be issued in the spring of '24. We actually ran one this morning. I don't have a hard copy. You could issue it as early as this fall if you wanted to, and the model would work. In other words, the revenues that we have identified collectively as being available to support the capital plan for ABSS are adequate. We're using a 5% borrowing rate on the debt. If you wanted to issue that remaining debt as early as this fall, certainly works if you wait until the spring. I'm not sure exactly how that ties into your ongoing discussions about funding for everything that was talked about, but that was the context of what's here, with that capacity, that affordability exists within the ABSS model. I don't know if you have anything more you would want to.
The only problem with getting this presentation now is we just had all of our school
Personnel leave.
staff and personnel, some of the board members leave. They need to be privy to this information, I think, as well, so that.
Send them a copy.
I agree with Mr. Lashley.
What?
Send them a copy.
Same information I have.
This won't be the only conversation
No.
that we have about
At
this.
page 2, it's the third page of the PDF, is the page that you would want to look at. Let me just reorient you quickly to this as you work from left to right. And remember, this model goes all the way back to 2019. We've purposely tried to keep a record of how things have evolved. So column B is all the debt that you have issued and committed to for ABSS to date. It's existing debt. Column C is that new $19.5 million that you could issue. This particular page assumes you issue it this coming spring. And you'll see in column C that the payments start in FY25. If you issued this fall, you might have a payment next spring, but we verified this morning that that would work, and I can get you a hard copy of that. But for now, just assume this is issued in the spring. Column D is the PAYGO capital. It's cash-funded improvements. And you can see what those dollars have been in recent years, $11.4 million in 2023, with a budget appropriation or a budget amendment, you're at 10.8 million estimated for 24. I don't know how that ties into this ongoing discussion about what you're funding.
That 10.8 figure, Commissioners, does take into account the 7.5 that has been approved and appropriated from capital reserve balance for mold remediation. So the 7.5 plus the 3.3 PAYGO gets us to the 10.8.
Thank you. So the county
Perfect.
funds the 3.3 PAYGO into the capital reserve, and then it goes out of the capital reserve to ABSS.
It's paid directly from the general fund, but those figures are incorporated into this model so that we're showing that we are able to sustain that capital funding.
Right, 3.3 being the baseline and then the additional.
So nothing changes?
Nothing changes. Nothing changes.
So in that column D, FY '24, there is some money that have recently been appropriated beyond the original 3.3 million. So column E is just adding all of those things up. Existing debt, new debt, and pay-as-you-go capital. The middle of the page, F through L, are all the sources of funding that have been identified for the ABSS capital program. And so you've got some federal subsidies, big dollars, Article 40 and 42 sales tax. You can see how those have evolved over time. FY '23 ended at about 11.1. 24 budget was a little over 12. And then we revert back 25 and beyond to a little over 8 million, which is a planning number. You've been well above that in recent years, but at this stage, the decision's been made, let's go back to the original planning, not knowing what the future might hold.
Stay conservative.
Yes, sir. Lottery funds under column H, it's been at that number for some time. You've been at or above that number, maybe a couple of years, a tad below it, that $1,459,000. I believe any excess that you might collect in lottery funds, we're not capturing any excess. If there was access in a prior year, that's either been spent or it's accumulating at the state in a lottery fund. And there are some dollars at the state in the lottery fund that may come in play here. I don't know how that will be handled, but there may be some additional dollars in lottery funds. Column I goes back to a qualified school construction bond. That's small dollars. J is the tax rate dedicated to the ABSS plan. You'll remember when all of this, the referendum, everything was adopted, there were, footnote 5, there was 3.71 pennies dedicated, and in this most recent budget, that was reduced, with the reval and whatnot, that was reduced to 2.71 pennies. So that's column J. K is some small dollars, some interest earnings. So L sums everything up. M is comparing the dollars going out in E, payments, versus the revenue coming in L. M is the sort of the sum of those two, and you'll see we're positive, some years we're negative. Where we're negative, that's where we're using that capital reserve over in column R. And our check here is that column R never goes to zero. Minimum balance is about $1 million. So that was sort of the takeaway in my comment earlier, that that new debt could be issued in column C. We're using a 20-year term, 5% interest rate, which is a bit higher than current market, and, if you will, the model cash flows. We don't go negative. But there's not a lot of room. There's not a lot of excess capacity within this model for additional debt in the near term.
Speaking of additional debt, is it possible to get a premium on the $19.5 million issuance?
Yes. Not guaranteed, but possible, maybe 10%.
Maybe 10%, a couple $1 million. Would that be, would the model cover that?
Our 5% interest rate should cover that.
Why?
The bond issue, you would be paying debt service at about 4%. If you took the premium, that kicks you into a higher interest rate. It's based on the coupon, and you're going to be closer to 5%. Okay. So you would, it'll be your choice.
Now, if this is just ABSS's piece
Correct.
of the Davenport plan.
That's right.
So we're getting ready to issue some bonds for ACC.
Correct.
It's completely separate from what we're talking about today. The issuance of those bonds doesn't impact this presentation. Is that
At all.
accurate?
Correct.
But the county were to issue bonds for its own,
Nothing.
not bond, but I mean, take debt for its own capital needs, it doesn't affect this.
Not at all.
Okay.
When the model was created, we had the intent to keep them as three separate. There was discussion about having one pot, but we thought it would be in the best interest of each agency, meaning county, school system, as well as ACC, to keep them separated, so that when one entity is having an issue, it's not impacting the other two.
Accountability.
If we take the premium and/or additional monies, what, if any, effect will that have on the rate for ACC?
Which rate are you referring to?
The,
Interest rate? or-
what's going, interest rate, yes.
I mean, in the current market, a 20-year financing would be under a sort of a single interest rate number would be about 4%. And that's true if you don't take the premium. So you take 19.5 million. If you want to take 22 million, if you got a premium, your annual debt service would be closer to 5%.
So it would cost the taxpayers.
Well, you're getting more money, so it's. I don't think one is better than the other. They're just different.
But it's also an additional 1% interest.
Yes.
Now, in order for the bonds to issue, don't we have to have contracts in hand, or bids complete and contract, the actual sum?
Yeah, with the and that's driven by the local government commission, and that's for this type of debt, you're dealing with the staff. You're not going to the actual commission itself. These bonds have already been approved by the local government commission.
Right.
If and when you want to issue, you've got to work through staff, and they have discretion to hold. To hold to that guidance of bids in hand before you can sell bonds, or give you some latitude.
What staff? What staff do you?
Local government commission staff,
Local government commission.
as opposed to the commission itself, which is the body that takes the action.
And staff typically requires bids in hand, actual dollar amounts, which would require, so we can't just go to the bond issue, in October and say, we want all this money. No. There's a process. The school system would have to get bids, know what the scope of the project is, have a contract for each thing that they're asking for, and that this could fund at that point. So when we're talking about timeline, it may be that spring of '24 is as close as realistically you can even get.
And what I would say on that, I think it's important, is staff has some discretion over that. The guiding rule is when you want to borrow money, you have bids and permits in hand. They are able to make exceptions if they see the facts and circumstances to support that. And we have done situations before where we've said, look, we've got $19 million of bonds to sell, but we got $30 million of projects. So bids in hand become less critical because there's more than enough projects to spend money on. So I would just say, it's worth a conversation with the LGC staff with your specific situation to determine what they will and won't do.
So their goal for their requirement is not that they know the exact amount for each project, but that there are enough projects to use the money so you're not spending the money on something else.
That's right, and they want to make sure you're. In this case, it's a little tricky because the LGC is already, the commission has approved it. You're not going back to the commission. They've already said that these bonds are going to be issued and your amount is adequate but not excessive. And so, yeah, I think you're right. They just want to know this money has a home, that you've got the ability to spend it within 3 years. That's kind of the initial test that bond attorneys and others would say, is you've got an expectation, reasonable expectation to spend it within 3 years. And at the LGC level, They just want to know you're not over borrowing or under borrowing. And if you have a list of projects where you can spend the money until you're done, it's not all one project. They don't want you building 3/4 of a building. But if you have many $2 million projects, you just stop when you're done. I'm not saying that they will buy into that, but that is within the staff's purview to make that decision if they determine that it's important.
And this is,
The reason for having fund balance in the first place and setting a target of having 20%, maybe looking at a higher target. We've got about a 20% fund balance right now. Does a reimbursement resolution work here for us to use fund balance funds to address some of these projects and then reimburse ourselves when the bonds are issued?
When that decision, when the board would make the decision that you did want to pursue that route and issue the 19.5 million, then just like today, we would go through the logistics and have the board adopt that resolution, because there's a certain time frame from when that resolution is issued to the time that the bonds are actually issued that you can claim reimbursement. So we would have to make sure that we were staying within those parameters and then working with the LGC to get the bonds so that they could be spent within that 3 years.
And there's another parameter. You want to make sure that if you're going to do that, whether it's from these GO bonds or some other debt, doesn't matter, that you have that reimbursement resolution adopted ideally within, I think it's 30 or 60 days of having spent the money. So that's an important consideration. Spend the money today. Spend the money today, you need to have a reimbursement resolution done within 30 days.
Okay.
That gives you a little bit of a look back, saying, hey, we didn't adopt our resolution till October 1, but we've got that 30-day look back. We can reimburse ourselves for some money we spent as early as September 1.
Okay.
plan ahead.
Yeah, now the use of these funds is governed by the scope that the voters approved in 2018.
That's correct. So the 19.5 if the fund mold remediation. However, HVAC roof projects would fit within that scope.
Any other questions?
No, sir, thank you.
I think we're voting to go to lunch.
I don't blame you. I'm happy
you.
to stay if you think it might be helpful.
Do you think we need Ted for this afternoon? I think we're focused more on the project cost.
That's right.
This is everything you need?
Yeah.
We want to thank you.
Okay, great.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
seeing
you.
you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
Let's get lunch.
I have a feeling maybe we're trying to all get in the same boat finally. And let's just make sure the name of the boat isn't Titanic, right?
Okay, do we have a motion to,
So moved.
temporarily adjourn to 3:30?
So moved.
Second, all in favor signify by saying aye and leave.
I am.
Aye.